What's up? Let's see what drama you guys are causing.
Something new every day.
Hello, Mario. How are you? Nick, Suleiman, Fidgetal.
Hi, bro. How's it going?
Oh, it's going.
All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. Let me send out the invites and we can kick things off. So, Slayman, you organized for DeSantis to join us in a bit to announce his candidacy, yeah?
No, I would not invite him. Now, I would invite him to announce his candidacy, but he is
Bro,
essentially,
why do you talk like this?
but he is
Like he
essentially,
finally gets. Okay,
he
go
is
ahead.
essentially got some kind of deal with Musk, which we will talk about tomorrow, whether it's appropriate or not.
Okay, bro.
Slayman, you think everybody has? I mean, let's just get it out
Because
there.
they
Come
usually
on.
do. They usually do. Does I'm curious. So, does anyone actually on Suleiman? I'd be interested to hear what you think, and Nick. Do you think DeSantis actually has a shot of getting the nomination?
I'm kind of being cautious when it comes to predicting an outcome here because you look back at 2016 and you heard when Donald Trump came down the golden escalator and he was a total joke to everybody, except for us who actually liked him when he came down the golden escalator. But everybody said there's no way he can ever win the nomination. There's no way. It's not going to happen. Stop talking about it. And then all of a sudden he becomes a Republican nominee. Um, so I definitely wouldn't count DeSantis out on anything. I know there are a lot of people that are ruling that out, and there's a part of me that believes that DeSantis is actually going to do a lot better with independent voters. Should he move on to
Yeah.
the general, and that's going to be one of the arguments that'll be made. So it's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
Well, like I said, I mean, we watched that CNN town hall together, and I've got to tell you, I mean, I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but some of his answers resonated with me a little bit. I mean, obviously he doubled down on what we all expect him to double down on, but look, his answer regarding Russia Ukraine was interesting, right? And a lot of members of my family who are dissatisfied Biden supporters, uh, look, he gave the right answer. I don't want them to settle, or I don't want them to win. I want them to settle. Look, it's a good answer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. We were talking about it today in another space. I was actually playing the other side here when I was in Ed and Brian Krasenstein's space. I was the token Republican for a while, and, and we were discussing this, and it's actually interesting. I think the dynamic that we're going to see here shortly, and it might get ugly. So. They're thinking that basically the left is thinking that DeSantis is going to just nonstop attack Trump on Project Warp Speed and the
Can
vaccine
someone,
stuff.
guys, guys, can someone tell me what was Trump's performance? I can't remember. I was watching it, but I can't remember the numbers. Does anyone know the numbers when he first announced his candidacy? How low were they, and how quickly did they rise and catch up to the others? Does anyone remember? Shit, you guys are here
So
gonna
it
be
was
covering the
it was
election soon, and you can't remember shit.
yeah. So it was in the, as far as I remember, in the tens and twenties. It was quite low in numbers.
From when he announced his
Yeah,
candidacy,
yeah,
it
when he
was in the
started,
tens and twenties.
and the reason for that is because, remember, there was a wide pool of candidates. There wasn't like an out and out person that they thought was going to win. I think Huckabee was in the lead at that time, but and I think that benefited him quite a bit because and I think that may benefit him in this primary as well. When the larger the pool, the more benefit it is for Trump. The smaller the pool, the less benefit it is to him.
I'm just gonna try to get the numbers. So everyone, I'm going to kick the space off in a couple of minutes, just waiting for a few more people to join.
Just off topic, does anyone have any comments about the U-Haul white supremacist attack on the White House? I'm curious for
Yeah,
people's
the
takes.
brown guy that was the white supremacist.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah, that's my comment.
So I am not a conspiracy theorist, as you well know, but I've got to tell you, that seems pretty far-fetched to me, right? I mean, just the way that they were handling. You have a potential attack on, I guess, what's supposed to be the White House, right? And you have just generic police officers grabbing evidence, laying it on the ground, this Nazi flag. I mean, that's just not normally how
That was the
a
perfect photo opportunity to have that Nazi flag laid out right there in front of the, stretched out nicely, not folded up or anything, ready to be put into evidence. They draped it out on the street right in front of the truck so that the media would get that picture. Anytime somebody took pictures of the U-Haul truck, they saw the Nazi flag in there as well.
Well, it's more than that, right? So if you're dealing with a potential attack on the White House, right, you would have forensic ident teams around it. That van and every single inch of it would be combed over by specialists. You'd want to preserve DNA evidence, that flag, who touched it, blah, blah, blah. And the notion that you would just grab it without, first of all, gloves, not put it into a secured evidence bag, just lay it on the ground where it's going to come in potential cross-contamination with all kinds of, different materials and so forth. I mean, yeah, I'll leave it at that. It's
So Trump,
ridiculous.
one on the earliest national polls conducted after Trump's announcement was the CNN ORC in July 2015. According to that poll, Trump had the support of 12% of Republicans. Another early poll conducted by NBC and Wall Street Journal in August 2015 showed Trump with 19% support among Republican voters. So then in September 2015, another one by CBS New York Times, it pushed it up to 27%. What's RFK at now? Has anyone checked RFK's poll results?
Again, from the top of my head, I'm sure he's in the low 20s.
I think it's in similar numbers, and people are dismissing him. So on 19th of April, so a month ago, 14%, which he just announced his candidacy, 14% of voters backed.
What is it now? I'm sure I saw a poll saying 22%, unless I'm mistaken, Mario.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it picked up. I'm just trying to compare the numbers and what's let me see what DeSantis is at the moment. Let me see DeSantis's approval or the poll results. Let me just check. I think it's in the high 20s. If anyone knows.
Yeah, I mean, I did check it the other day for when we did the space. I'm sure it's 20. That's in the low 20s as well. When it's a direct.
No, yeah, he dropped to 16%. So DeSantis is actually dropping, funny enough.
So 16% is when it's against the pool of everybody. So I think that's right. But when it's a direct, just him and Trump, I think it was in the 20s. But yeah,
But you gotta count the pool of everybody.
for sure it does, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look that good.
So,
all right, man, I'll let you. I'll let you kick off what we're doing the space for.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a major space. It's an important space. It is linked to the alleged claims of there being a rigged election, but this culminated in Arizona in 2022 in the KARI Lake election. Now, we had a scenario where KARI Lake claimed that the election had been rigged, claimed that there was certain issues with the ballots, and there was a number of allegations in terms of it, and we're going to talk about that specifically, what they were. And then what happened was she took it to court. She lost the case. She took it to the Supreme Court, who brought it back to the court, and about one issue, which was specifically about ballot verification. Yesterday, we found out that case was dismissed by the judge. We saw an announcement by KARI Lake today saying and telling everybody what her moves are going to be, and the moves include both legal avenue as well as to essentially what she said was, we're going to find more ballots. And I believe that's the case because reading the judgment of the case, they said that finding those ballots was a Herculean task. And I guess this is her saying, you know what, I'm going to have to do that because you're not accepting this specific legal argument. So that's essentially where we are. Nick, as the resident Republican, as you called it, what's your thoughts? Is it over for you? Is it over for Kari Lake? Is this whole rigging election thing a fake misnomer? There's no credence to it. There's no credibility to it. What's your thoughts?
Well, that was a really ridiculous way to ask that question, just to be honest. But anyway, no, I don't think it's necessarily over for Kari Lake. I think that maybe the legal battles that we've seen play out, maybe they're gonna definitely. There's nothing really significant that I know of that I've seen that is coming up for Kari Lake in the courts. However, she did start today. She announced a ballot initiative to take advantage of some of the things that they learned through these court cases to hopefully be able to maybe pull something off in the next election, the gubernatorial election in Arizona, as well as the presidential election in 2024. But Sarah, I kind of want your feedback on this because you swing a little bit more to the left. What are your thoughts on the entire situation with Kari Lake and the case being dismissed? And then,
Thanks, Nick. I'm wondering, aren't Republicans tired of this? When does she stop? How long? How many losses does she have to take before she just takes the L and says, okay, I'm done. I'm going to focus now on a campaign to get elected into office. When does it stop? Just a second, Max. I just, at what point does it just become futile where she starts hurting her brand and being branded as like a continuous loser? I would have stopped by now. I understand if she thinks that she was unfair, that this was unjust and that she lost unfairly or that it was rigged. Sure, but she's taken so many losses. Isn't it time to pack up and maybe focus on another campaign?
This is not
a
Kari Lake discussion. This is literally the mechanism by which our legislative process runs. So I don't know why somebody taking their full recourse under the law is looked down upon. I don't really understand that take.
Yeah, Max, jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say, she won her court cases in the same way that she won her election. So jot that down. No, I mean, the reality is, if you're a conservative as I am, you want Republicans to win, and nothing that Kari Lake has done since, October has done anything to increase Republican prospects in anything. I'd very much like that not to be the case. I would like Republicans to win. I don't really see how telling Republicans that their votes don't get counted and it's not worth it to vote helps in that way. And it's nice to see her say, like she had made this announcement today that we need to improve a ballot harvesting operation or mail chasing. It's like, oh, so you're saying that, and I appreciate that because it's like, oh, so you're saying that like that's something that you could do to increase your chances of winning. So you're saying you could have done that last year instead of just holding rallies and like hoping that people show up. That's nice. So it's a nice recognition that this would have increased your chances of winning. Are there things that happen that are odd or imperfect in election administration? Yeah. But if you win by enough that it doesn't matter, like Kimberly Yee did, then it won't matter. And I think a lot of this stuff is just like self-promotion that doesn't really lead to anything happening. And then furthermore, I think it should be an insult to our intelligence that the Kari Lake War Room continuously misleads people about the state of her cases, which she lost over and over again. And it was very obvious that she was going to lose over and over again because she's not doing things that lead to winning.
Max, can I ask you a question? Do you think that...
Let me just jump in here. I got to back up Kari Lake. Too many haters on here. So let's be clear. You don't call it an L. You don't call it an L. What's happening is she's fighting against the establishment. Of course, the establishment has all the powers. Of course, the judicial system has all the powers. And so essentially, she is going to take a lot of L's, but she needs to keep fighting. She's fighting for the people. She's fighting for fair elections. And why should she stop? She needs to take it all the way. Do you guys not think? Do you guys not think that it's unfair that you have a scenario where even when the case went back, I'd finished all. I'd like to bring you in on this one, because and then you can add whatever you want to as well. Do you not think that the fact that the case went back to the exact same judge, that's a problem? Fiji.
No, it went to the Arizona Supreme Court, and all the rulings were affirmed, except for the misapplication of the analysis. Essentially, basically the trial court judge, that same judge, dismissed the case because he said that the claim was alleged as to the date that the law was changed. They were saying that the law, as applied to the facts, would change the outcome. He kicked it back. They said, you're correct. The wrong should have been kicked for statute of limitations. And then they analyzed the facts of the case and dismissed the last claim. What you're going to see now is, and this is the Republican point of view, by the way, remember the $10,000 bet I made with Doc? That was about this, so I would have won. Neither here nor there. I speak to Doc about it. What you're going to see now is that they think she's probably going to appeal it to the Supreme Court. I have another gentleman's bet with Doc that the Supreme Court won't take it up. I think he believes that they won't either. If they do, the argument is going to be that the statute, that the Arizona statute that they relied on for the the judge's discretion as to the threshold of fact necessary to overturn, meaning what they needed to prove in terms of a burden to do a recount and start over again, was too low. I believe that the burden the judge set was, from what I've been told, was that they had to prove that they had to prove that no mistakes were made in terms of the application of the signature verification law, and they are saying they obviously couldn't prove that there was no mistakes made. So they're going to say that that was too low of a burden, and it should have been something along the lines of, could you prove that enough of the signatures weren't verified, and therefore the election should have been recounted. That's the summation of the entire argument. But I don't think the Supreme Court will take it up.
I have a question for anyone who really knows campaign finance. So Kari Lake raised, I think, around $16 million for her campaign. And as long as she's fighting this good fight, I'm assuming she can continue to raise money and spend money and burn money. What happens to the funds? Like, let's say she accepts defeat tomorrow and says, look, I'm done fighting this legal battle. Does that mean she wouldn't be able to spend those expenditures, or would she? What would happen to the money that she raised for her campaign at that point?
Well, it depends if it was raised specifically for the fighting of legal or for general campaign use, which included legal costs. So if it was specifically for legal costs, to answer your question, then no. If it was general campaign finance, of which was as part of the catch-all included legal cost cover for fighting the good fight, then in her mind, then she could just redivert that finance to something else.
Oh, Heather, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you coming on. I think you'll be able to give us a different insight. Heather, I don't know if you heard the beginning bit, but Sarah was basically saying, when it comes to Kari Lake, she's taken L after L after L, and it's time for her to take the L and accept it, rather than continue to fight. What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, I think there's so many examples in history that we can turn to where, innocent people go to jail or guilty people walk free. So just because something, like a verdict goes one way or another, in and of itself does not mean that there was not fraud. So for people to be like, oh, you just need to accept it. Well, it's like, was it O.J. Simpson murder his wife, get found not guilty, and then write a book about how he did it? I mean, there's a million examples, though. And there's a whole organization called the Innocence Project, which is people that were actually convicted, went to jail, and then they get exonerated because they didn't actually commit those crimes. So if you trust the justice system, good for you. I personally, based on what I've seen as a journalist documenting election fraud in Georgia, I have absolutely no faith in the justice system in a lot of ways now. And I personally don't know how you restore faith in that sense. I mean, there's so much money and corruption in politics. And when you think about what's at stake with KARI's race in particular, we have a wide open southern border right now where people are literally being trafficked back and forth. And she's been a staunch advocate of closing that border. That border patrol agents will even tell you is pretty much run by the cartel right now. They're in charge. And when we say cartel, this is a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure. It's not just some drug dealer with a backpack coming across the border. It is literally organized crime to where the top leaders have millions and billions of countries, and they're brokering deals with other countries. And these people have a vested interest in the outcome of certain elections. So if you think there's not bribery and fraud and corruption and blackmail going on, you're very naive into the power that's truly at stake and the war that is being fought right now for control of this nation and for control of the border in Arizona.
Let me bring in Ben.
She wouldn't.
Oh, sorry, Sarah.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
just? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Of course, yeah.
When
Back yourself up.
Thank you. When she was in this space, however, she would not. She was asked if the Supreme Court would not take it on or take it up, if she would then concede. And
That was me who asked her that. I asked her that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Benjamin asked her. Okay. Thanks. But Benjamin asked her that, and she would not concede, stating yes, she would accept the Supreme Court's decision if they took it on or if they didn't take it on. She would not say yes or no. So is it her position that the Supreme Court is then not to be trusted, that they are fraught with fraud?
No, it could be fraud. It could be a matter of one word being added to a lawsuit. I mean, have you been inside a courtroom? Do you know how these things work? Where you can have an entire case that has a bunch of solid stuff, but if you didn't file it and word it in a particular way, it's like a technicality and it gets thrown out. This is some of the obstacles that people have faced. So just because something gets thrown out, it doesn't necessarily mean that maybe it could just be the lawyers on that case were terrible. I mean, there's some cases get retried and then they get won. This is just all part of the lawfare process, the political process, the court systems. But I think if she genuinely in her heart does not believes in what she's fighting for, she shouldn't concede. And if you genuinely believe the election was free and fair, then own that, right? Nobody should ever had to concede their belief out of political pressure or cancel culture. And so I'm a firm believer, whatever you believe, don't bow down, don't apologize, ask for receipts, ask for evidence, right? Like, I can sit up here and tell you that I know for a fact that there was fraud in the 2020 election. I spent my life in courtrooms and at election. I was at the Georgia World Congress Center. I've been reading through documents like you would not believe. Whether you believe it or not is not going to change my mind, because I know what I saw, and I don't care what anyone says. I'm not going to say that there wasn't fraud when I've seen it myself.
So KARI Lake raised $2.4 million after the election, Heather. You're trying to suggest that she didn't have money for good lawyers? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
No, I didn't. When did I say that, Tara? When did I say that?
You said maybe the lawyering wasn't very good. You said maybe the lawyers weren't good.
It doesn't mean that the merits of the case are not factual.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. So, I mean, oh God, on this topic, I might actually agree with Heather a little bit in the sense that I watched some of the earlier footage of the trial. I mean, her lawyer was a disaster. Her lawyer was an absolute disaster. Not only his courtroom conduct, but the way in which he spoke. Well, Judge, it's like, excuse me, Judge, we have to get this woman up here. So I think that in this case, maybe she did have a crappy lawyer. But I wanted to ask Heather a couple questions. So, was there any pushback? Not necessarily it's even relevant, but was there any pushback on the claim of 270,000 ballots being verified in less than 3 seconds? And secondly, So she challenged the signatures on the ballots, but why wouldn't she challenge the signature on the envelopes?
I mean, those are great questions. I don't particularly have the answers for those. I've read bits and pieces, and I haven't followed her case super, super closely. I just mainly follow the Carrie Lake War Room stuff. But
Yeah, because in the court
yeah,
filings, right, the issue was that the signatures on the ballots didn't match and so forth, but she never said that the signatures on the envelope didn't match. So I never understood that. So she's saying that
I mean,
people
yeah,
forged the ballots, but then the real person whose name they were forging signed the envelope?
yeah, I haven't followed it that closely enough to give you a honest answer. But
So
for me, the biggest thing, like, yeah, the ballot signature, those are, one issue. But for me, the biggest one, which I'm surprised, nothing they filed on this made a difference, but the voting machines all going out right on election day.
do you mean the
I
tabulators?
or well, yeah, the tabulators, whatever, after they were, you know basically, like, supposedly tested, and then people showing up on election day and all of these different machines at once just crap out. I mean, for me, at the very least, order like an extra day for people to vote. I mean, that right there blows my mind. How many people were disenfranchised because if
Yeah,
you've got
I
like
can get on board with that. She's right about that. I actually, sorry to just jump in. I have a good friend of mine in Maricopa, very Republican, finished work, went to stand in line, then while the machine is down, go to your next precinct. But the problem is they had a family to tend to, right? Like they had things to do. They couldn't stand in line again. So I can get on board with that, right? I mean, was there potentially some, well, swath of voters disenfranchised? Yes. But is it, does it rise to the level of being able to prove that it was intentional? I don't know.
Heather, I have a question. Every as you know, voters are in precincts, and so every person the number of people who voted is equal to the number of votes cast, right? And so if what you're alleging is true, I don't know what you believe about the numbers. Carrie Lake has said that she actually won by about 17%, 18%, about 500,000 votes. Have you seen any precinct level results that indicate any sort of statistical anomalies where they deviated in an exceptional way?
actually
Because obviously, if there's some
there was
level of
a woman
fraud,
that
you
yeah, there
would
was a
have to see
woman who
that.
testified. There was a woman, I can't remember her name, but she testified before like the local, maybe the election board or something. There was like a open testimony public hearing, and she testified that they had counted and did the checks where like so many ballots were put in, and then like there was like a 200 additional ballots that somehow ended up in this circulation. Like, I forget the actual specifics of it, but I do remember. I might have actually saved it. If I can find that video, I'll post it in the nest.
You're saying there are precincts where the number of ballots cast is greater than the number of people who voted? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, speak of like on this particular machine. So these people were observing or doing whatever they do, where you write down the chain of custody, and there was the issue with what was it, like door 3 or drawer 3 or something? Or have you followed the case at all?
No, I'm just saying that you can
That
get a
there was
list
like
of
this.
everyone who voted, right? And you can get a list of how many votes were cast. So
Yeah,
that
but
number would
there were
match.
documented anomalies, if you will, of more votes than people going into certain booths. More
But that
ballots than
wasn't. I
people.
mean,
But I'm
Heather,
talking
from the
about the
judgment.
number of
One
people.
second, Max. Just
Sorry.
from the specific case, just to clarify. I mean, the judgment says the opposite. She wasn't claiming that there was a discrepancy in terms of the number. So on page 2, it actually says that she did not cast doubt on the specific number of ballots because this was basically a major task to do so. But instead, she attempted to prove that the signature review process in Maricopa County was not conducted in according to the Arizona law. So, Doc, do you want to expand on that if that's right?
So yeah, there was three questions that came back from the Supreme Court, ordered down to the trial court. One resulted in about a 5-week delay in the start of the second trial, and that was a question of what amount, if any, sanctions would be assessed against Lake's attorneys for their appeal being an unmeritorious appeal. So they reviewed that. And basically, the question there is, if another party brought a claim in bad faith that caused you legal fees and costs, you're entitled to sanctions amounting to the amount of that cost. So the court reviewed that issue and said that Lake's attorneys owed them $2,000. So that set everything back 5 weeks. There were two other issues that the trial judge Thompson was supposed to consider. One was the signature verification issue that we're talking about. The second, which was denied and could technically be appealed back to the Arizona Supreme Court, although I don't expect that, was the question of 19 and 20-inch ballots, where the ballot was designed to be 20 inches and the paper was 19 inches. And so the printer registration marks that the scanners were designed to pick up could not be picked up. So those ballots were not properly scanned, and therefore they went to adjudication. And in adjudication, there's an allegation or a report that came out about 2 weeks ago during the pendency of the sanctions review issue, where it was alleged that unbeknownst to the public and unreported, Maricopa County officials had tested, retested, and then tested again 3 successive tests demonstrating, this is the allegation, mind you, that those machines would not work as designed on the day of the election. And those were the machines that predominantly populated the Republican-heavy precincts in Arizona, resulting in...
Doc, do we know how many votes that impacted?
No, because one, there was an effort at a court order to allow physical inspections of the ballots and the envelopes. That was denied by Maricopa County. That denial was not further challenged. It could have been. Challenge could have gone back up via a motion for a writ of mandamus, basically an order from the upper court to the trial court judge to order the physical inspection of the ballots. The question about the numbers of ballots was always something that was thrown back and forth between the two parties, but without a new count, without physical inspection of the ballots and the ballot envelopes, without a verification of the signatures, without those additional steps, all of which in one form or another took place in Florida in 2000 during the Bush v. Gore situation. This was all handled without any additional review of the physical evidence, which to me was a cardinal sin that this court committed.
Yes, and Tira, I want to bring you in on that because I know you want to come back on that. Essentially,
yeah.
I'll let you come back and then I'll ask the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, Kari Lake raised many of the issues that have been discussed, like the voting machine issues and voters waiting excessive amounts of time in her initial case before this judge. The Arizona Supreme Court said those would not be relitigated, right? We remember that 5 of the 6 counts were dismissed. So that cannot come back. Wait, no, I'm talking to Heather who said, well, I don't know. Doc, could you please wait?
But
Thank
just
you.
let me get the fact.
Doc, wait. I'm talking to
Tira,
Heather.
Let me get the. No,
because I don't think
the question came to me and to you for a response.
Doc.
So I just want to correct the record. The original trial brought forth 13 causes of action. 13. The judge allowed 2, I think. No, he allowed 5. There were 5 questions presented on appeal, and the Supreme Court returned 2 back to the trial court. So I'm just reminding you what the actual numbers are. Don't mean to interrupt you.
Fine. The Supreme Court basically said the voting machine stuff, the printer stuff, and the waiting times, etc., was not to be looked at again. Now, the same judge was the judge below, then went back, and what he was looking at, and in effect, Kari Lake's lawyers or her strategy basically was, because she could not prove specific votes were actually impacted wrongly, if that makes sense, what she basically had to show was that the state did not comply with any verification requirements, right? In other words, they didn't have any sort of process. Now, what happened on day one, and I suggest people listen to this because it's really sort of amusing. What happened on day one was, I believe there was a woman who Kari Lake's lawyers called to testify named Miss Onkite, who was a part-time temporary verifier, right? Because they hired extra people. And this woman more or less said, yes, we were told how to verify. I verified things. I sent them up. I'm very upset because I don't think they were really looked at enough. But she basically confirmed that verification happened, right? So that on that day alone, you knew that the lake, if you really were looking at this, you knew there was a problem because they literally, their own witness undercut their argument. A second man, Mr. Myers, came up, another of their witnesses,
So,
and he basically,
on that witness,
yeah,
oh, sorry, and I'm going to let you carry on. So,
sure.
on that witness, she was in the judgment, and she said exactly what you said, that there was two verification processes, and she did say that it occurred. Her main
Yeah.
contention was that she believed that they happened too hastily, and she felt that due to the hasty nature of it, that may have caused some discrepancies. But please, is that right?
Correct. Yes, but she verified that she basically said verification happened. Mr. Myers then came in and he was responsible for the verification and curing, and he said it happened, but he said they weren't enough people. It was a mad, etc. But at the end of the day, both of their witnesses confirmed that there was verification. This is a problem if you're trying to show there was no verification, which is what she had to show. Then the head of the, I think it was the Maricopa County Election Board, came in, Mr. Valenzuela, maybe I forget the name, and he was brought in, interesting enough, by Kari Lake's lawyers, by the plaintiffs, and he was the best witness. He said he himself had reviewed 1,600. He basically said there's multiple layers of verification, and plus, what he really did was interesting. He said then there were a lot more people there than these two people knew about. Both of them had said there were only 40 people at the second levels, 2 at the third level, and he said no, there's another spot. There were 143 there. In other words, he basically said they didn't see the whole picture. Now, after all this happened, if you think that the judge was then about to sort of say, oh, no verification didn't happen, I got a bridge to sell you. But you can disagree with the fact that he was, I guess, basing it on the fact that, you had to show only some verification. I guess you can disagree with that. But based upon what was presented to him, she did not make her case. I fully expect she will appeal. I think she has the right to appeal. I don't care if she appeals. She's going to get turned down again at the Arizona Supreme Court. And then she probably will try and go to the U.S. Supreme Court, where I do not think she has a claim. Thank you.
Doc, you disagree with that? As far as I know, you do believe that she can. She has got some kind of legal precedent to argue in the Supreme Court.
So there's two circumstances where Tyra's wrong here. One is the denial of the 19 and 20-inch ballot question that was sent back from the Arizona Supreme Court to the trial court, which Judge Thompson denied a hearing on. That can go back to the Supreme Court on appeal. Or to the appellate level.
Doc, you're talking about the Supreme Court of Arizona, right? I think we should make it clear.
Yes.
There's the U.S. Supreme Court, Supreme Court of Arizona. You're talking about Arizona, right? Thank you.
That's what I said. But that's as to the 19 and 20-inch ballot issue. As to the questions of due process and equal protection of the votes that were raised both in the Bush v. Gore question, those present questions of both state and federal law, state and federal questions. Those questions can and will be, I'm told, be brought to the Supreme Court. Within minutes, this is sort of funny, within minutes of learning that Kari Lake had lost, I got a DM from Fidgetal asking me for a new bet. So we do have a new bet on. I believe there were 4 justices in the Supreme Court that will grant review, whether or not and that's our bet, whether or not Lake's appeal gets taken up.
Is this the Arizona Supreme Court, Doc, or the actual U.S. Supreme Court?
The U.S. Supreme Court, because questions of denial of due process, in effect, treating some votes differently than others, right? That some votes did not receive the same amount of process that other votes did, and equal protection of the right to vote, right?
But didn't you lose this vote? Didn't you lose this bet? So why are you betting again?
Hi, Joa. Slayman, to answer your question, it's going up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Last week or so, I want to say it was last Wednesday, she held a space with Grant Cardone where these questions were asked repeatedly, and Kari Lake repeatedly said that we will take this to the U.S. Supreme Court. I know she has a path. Bush v. Gore set it out, and that's what I expect to happen.
Let me guess: Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Clarence Thomas. I'll go into that bet with you. I'd like to wager you.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
it's
take
just a
some of that
gentleman's
bet
bet. You're happy to join it. I don't bet for
Wait,
money with
don't
people
all
I don't
attack
know
my boy
online.
Doc. He ain't gonna bet with you nobodies. He's already got a bet going on. You guys are
Yeah,
too late
but
to the
he's not
party.
betting money, Suleiman. So what difference does it make?
Yeah,
A good bottle of Chivas.
He's not betting anything financial, right? Nit,
I don't drink.
He
Oh,
doesn't
geez,
drink.
either do I. Either do I.
Say no to
Hey,
alcohol.
I have a question.
Nit,
Someone just pinned something from Greg Rubini. Is that the guy who says that Trump actually won California?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so Nit, on the judgment, it essentially said, and if you can clarify this as well, I'd love to hear your expertise on this. It said that Kari Lake changed strategy during, and I don't know if it was during the trial or just before the trial, but she changed strategies, and then essentially her argument was that it was difficult, if not near on impossible, to have a situation where 274,000 ballots were counted within a few seconds and 70,000 ballots were counted in 1 second. If you can explain that argument a bit more and just clarify if I've not framed it in the correct manner.
Well, I'm not familiar with that particular argument. I've honestly scanned the.
I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
I can.
Go ahead.
Nate, is it okay if Ben goes
Yeah,
ahead and
sure.
then we can come
Jump in,
back to
Ben.
you?
Yeah, just really, I don't think that was the claim. I think that the claim was, it wasn't that 270,000 ballots were counted within a few seconds. I think it was a literal sense that each ballot only took a couple seconds to verify, and that was, I think this change in strategy. It's very weird. Like, I keep coming back to, okay, if that was the claim, then how would she not challenge the fact that the signatures on the envelopes were fraudulent too, right? Because that was never raised. At least if I'm...
Benjamin,
Yeah,
just
go
on
ahead.
the judgment, and where I got it from was this. It said, the plaintiff argues that 274,000 signatures or so were compared in less than 2 seconds. Plaintiff then zeroes in on 70,000, the number of ballots that she claims were given less than 1 second of comparison.
Okay.
So there was a couple explanations for that.
Can we
One is
bring up another speaker? Because I see my buddy CanCon down here listening, and he would actually probably have a lot of really good stuff to add to this conversation.
Who was that? Sorry, Heather?
CanCon. He's got the little.
Okay, just send us the message, DM me because I can't see him. Doc, please go ahead. Sorry.
so 3 points. One is the analysis that Kari Lake didn't bring up the claims properly is an analysis that's come only from people in opposition to Kari Lake's lawsuit. I've seen those comments. I'm not going to address them here because I don't understand the arguments well enough to counter them. But that's an argument, a suggestion by the opposition and their supporters. That's one. Number two, the full recount, or not recount, but the verification of the signatures took place in 36 hours total, right? Actually, well, it might have been 48 hours total. Anyway, it was 3 days, less than 3 days. So 24, 48, maybe 50 hours. And then the state there was statistics to suggest that under normal circumstances, signature verification takes on average, I think this study was 7 seconds a piece. So there was speculation by some that what should have been discussed at the time of trial by Lake's attorneys was that mathematical calculation. And if someone who did it suggested that there was no way to do that number of verifications, do them in a proper manner being demonstrated by the video that was shown on day one, where that the one woman that I think Tyra mentioned said that she verified everything. Well, if you compare the person sitting next to her was the person, someone who was either fired or reassigned. That story changed during the course of the trial based on testimony from the defendants, that he was verifying these signatures without scrolling down and looking at the comparison signature. that witness, the first witness we're talking about, described the process under direct questioning, where the screen would show, on the front screen, they would show the signature in question on the ballot envelope, and then you would scroll down and see a screen which included a historic signature to compare it to. So the process should have been click to the next ballot, look at the signature as presented in the ballot, then scroll down, which would require a move of the mouse or a punch of the cursor arrows, rather than just a direct entry to approve. So that was the basis of, well, how can you verify something in less than 7 seconds? Well, there was testimony from the director of elections, who was a witness both for KARI Lake, their closing witness, and the opening witness for the defendants, who held out that there were people that were doing this from their offices. He was asked if there are people, and he acknowledged that he had done verifications. He testified how fast he could do his. I think he said he could do his in under 3 seconds because he was familiar with the system. That sort of begged incredibility to me. He was also asked, could people also do these verifications from home? And he said, yes, that's possible, but to my knowledge, that did not happen. I thought that was a lie. So you really have come to two conclusions. Either there were people who were validating these signatures in private, outside of the view of the public, outside of the cameras, unmonitored, without any real knowledge of how fast they did it or whether they did it at all. That's a due process question. That's an equal protection problem, and it's analogous to the different ballots in Florida and the chads and the hanging chad and the
But
punched
Doc,
and
just a quick
dented.
question
So
on that. I mean,
yeah,
when you look at the judgment, what it did say was that essentially it was too difficult for her to find all the ballots that were essentially problematic, or and so essentially this was the argument that she fell onto. In her speech today, she made it sound like she's going to be looking for those ballots. Do you think that's a change of strategy?
well, no, I think it's another bite at the apple. I've got it here. I just haven't posted it because I'm busy doing other things. But she did seek the release or access to those ballots so she could do a physical inspection, and the county denied it. So I would think that she'd be looking for a court order to allow that inspection. And that's not too far afield from what the Florida Supreme Court authorized in a limited basis in Florida, based on motions from the Bush camp, where they wanted to go and inspect these ballots, and certain ballots were inspected. Bush still retained the lead after 2 rounds. And where the Supreme Court stopped it was the Florida Supreme Court said, okay, you can go look at ballots and check the chads and all that sort of stuff in 2 counties, and only 2 counties, for a third recount. And the Supreme Court held that was unequal protection of the vote. If you were going to order a recheck of all the ballots in a county, you needed to do it in more than just a county that might have swung the vote over to Gore. And so they stopped the whole thing, and in effect told the Florida Supreme Court to go by the last recount, and that one had Bush out in front. So it's equal protection, it's due process. How each vote should be treated the same, and is entitled to the same amount of process. So
Let me bring in
that's
Ed.
why I think that it could be successful at the Supreme Court.
Yeah. So let me bring in Ed. I mean, Ed, we've heard Doc give a lengthy argument for why she should have won, what should have been looked at, and what could be looked at. But I guess your argument's going to be, but she keeps losing. But let's hear your thoughts, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, Doc obviously has better legal opinions than me, but from my point of view, let the courts decide. If she wants to appeal this, she can appeal it. She's already lost twice, right? And one went to the appeals. So I don't like the idea that people are claiming, oh, there's corruption, the judge could be corrupt, or implying that at least. I think that's dangerous when you do that, because okay, if you're saying the judge was corrupt here, then what about all the criminals who are behind bars? Should we say that they shouldn't be behind bars either because the judges were corrupt? When it's a Democrat that claims the election was stolen, or that election that they think they win, are we going to say, oh, maybe he's right or maybe she's right. Maybe that judge was corrupt. I think we get into dangerous territory when we start doing that.
Well, nobody specifically said that that was the case here, right? I also mentioned corruption's one possibility. There's stuff gets thrown out on technicalities, and it's not unheard of in America that some judges actually become social justice warriors from the bench, and they will disregard violations of the law if they feel like if they're inclined to do so. I mean, this is like you have to judge every single case by the merits of the case. So like in order that's why when he just asked me a question, because I haven't been following this particular case as closely as let's say Doc has, I'm not going to give you some BS answer. You know, I did more work on Arizona in the 2020 election that just horrified me that when 2022 came around, I was actually one of those people that's like, I don't know why Kari's running because it's so corrupt there. She's not going to win. Like, I knew this was going to happen before it even happened because I had done so much work covering 2020's election fraud. So for me, I just have had no faith before Kari even announced she was running.
Just to
How did
one thing with
if
sorry
no one
with
can,
what
if Republicans
just go
can't
to
win, then how did Kimberly Yee win?
what was that? Sorry, Max, do you want to repeat that?
Yeah, if Republicans can't win, then how did Kimberly Yee win, along with Juan Ciscomani, Schweikert, Eli Crane, majority of the Arizona State House, a majority of the Arizona Senate, and Tom Horn. That's off the top of my head, all the Republicans who won in Arizona.
Yeah, not just
So
that,
why
Max.
did Kari
How
Lake, the
did Kurt
Republican, win
Olson
too? Why is
Well,
why
it?
did
let's
Kurt
Why does the
Olson
ticket
get
split
thrown
now?
every single trial thrown out? He's been the lawyer. He was the lawyer for Trump. He tried to help him get the DOJ to stop the election and nullify the results.
Oh yeah,
He's
Rachel
been
Mitchell
trying
as
since
well. Rachel Mitchell for
in Texas
Maricopa
as well.
prosecutor. That
Now he was
was a big one
sanctioned.
because she was Kavanaugh's. Remember, Rachel Mitchell. She was the one who questioned
And in
Christine
Texas
Blasey
as
Ford,
well,
and
he
she somehow
lost.
won.
And he was sanctioned in this one, saying you can't make false statements. Like over and over and over, he's tried every angle to overturn this thing, and it hasn't worked. And I'm still here, sitting here, listening to Republicans saying, "Oh, well, they didn't try this." Yes, they did. They tried everything they had at their hand, and everything has been thrown away or thrown out. And judges have given statements saying that the evidence that been presented don't show that there was any fraud, and they've tried everything possible. And this guy Kurt Olson has tried with Trump, has tried now Kari Lake, has tried every angle possible. It didn't happen.
I'd like to ask.
It didn't happen in Florida before the Supreme Court heard it either. So we're not done.
Yeah, but
just a
it
question
also
to Heather.
happened. But it happened in 30 other cases, even with the Trump team. So if you want to, we can pick out one case. We can pick out like the 40 other that they lost also.
No,
too.
that's
So,
not true. People say
well,
Trump lost
Trump
30
lost like
cases.
what's it, 30 or 40
He
cases?
didn't lose them on
I
the
can also
merits.
read them
He
out
was
if you'd
dismissed
like.
out
I
of
actually
court on
have it out.
procedure.
They
It's a
were all
tired,
lost.
old,
They were
hackneyed
all
trope.
lost, and you know they're lost.
One second, Doc. Let Nate finish.
Doc, I'm going to
They weren't heard. They weren't lost. They weren't heard.
They were heard. They went to court and they said, "We
shown
don't
to
have
have.
standing. You don't have this." That's when you lose cases if you don't have standing.
Right. You just made our point. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
that is
you.
the point.
Not being heard is not having standing, bub.
No, you are heard.
So
When you
can someone
go to
answer
court,
how
just
all these
so
Republicans
we're
won
clear,
in
lack of
Arizona?
what is
standing,
standing is
mootness,
you go to
rightness.
court.
1 second, guys. There's like four of you talking at the same time. Let Nate go, and then we'll go to whoever wants to respond. Go ahead, Nate.
Sure.
Nate, go ahead.
Just to be clear, what standing is, that's something that every lawyer has to know, right? Because if you take a case and don't have standing, you can actually be in trouble. Standing is how you get into court. Not everyone can sue for anything. So if you bring a case that you have no business bringing, then yes, the court's going to say, well, what legal right do you have to bring this case? And if you don't have it, then yes, they're going to dismiss your case. You're going to lose that case. So to say that you don't lose cases based on standing is ridiculous. That is a loss. If they had legal standing, they could have brought the case. And let's not forget, some of those cases, let's say like Sharpiegate, for instance, the plaintiff did have standing, and then they removed that case themselves because it was a BS case. So let's not pretend that if your case is dismissed for standing, it's not, you haven't lost that case. Yes, I've lost cases based on standing.
The facts are not heard. The difference is if the facts are
go
heard or facts are
ahead.
not heard.
Yeah, I'll give you an example though. There's a 2020 election lawsuit in Georgia that was a lawsuit to unseal absentee mail-in ballots, and the judge initially had unsealed them, but then Fulton County, Georgia, hired one of Georgia's top 10 criminal defense lawyers, a man by the name of Don Samuel, who is represented some of the worst you could possibly imagine. But for whatever reason, Fulton County wanted to hire this man. And anyway, they got it dismissed on lack of standing, right? And they cited another case as sort of like the prerequisite. Like, this one was thrown out for standing. This is a similar case thrown out for standing. So they threw out the 2020 election lawsuit. Well, that other case, right, that they cited ended up going before the Georgia Supreme Court, and they reversed it and said it did have standing. So by naturally, the 2020 election lawsuit was then reopened and sent back saying it did have standing. So even if something is thrown out for standing, it can be appealed, it can be relitigated later, and that framework is always subject to change. So to say that there's no merits because, this got thrown out on standing is really like a very narrow view, and you're not looking at the bigger picture of how courts and legal frameworks operate.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
that's
and I
speculation
would.
Wait,
to an untrained
One
that is
mind.
ridiculous.
One
That
second,
is
one second,
No,
guys. I'm
ridiculous.
just gonna
but
go to Tira, but just before I do, guys, if you want to make any comments, it's bottom right hand side. Also, guys, major announcement. Mario's got the subscriber button available on his page. So if you subscribe, that'd be awesome. And the reason why it'd be awesome is the team is planning some major exclusive spaces with exclusive guests. So go ahead and do it. I was the first one to subscribe just to help the guy out, because as soon as I subscribed, obviously everyone's going to subscribe after that. So essentially, go ahead and do it, guys. But Tira, I know you wanted to respond, so go ahead.
For some reason,
Well,
he only
look,
made it $1, guys. So go ahead and just do it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, have you subscribed, Nick?
No, I haven't. No,
Oh,
I'm still
what a
waiting on.
loser! Forget about it, bro.
His
This
check
guy,
keeps
man.
bouncing, so I can't. I can't pay
Guys,
for it.
donate. Everyone donate 1 cent each, and we can get Nick a sub to Mario. But before
Let's
you
do it.
do, guys,
I'm still waiting for my sub button, patiently
you're
waiting.
not important enough, Heather. That's why. Tira, go
Not
ahead.
yet.
But
You can go to my Twitter page and tip me though.
but I gotta say, all the people
okay.
I hear all the time about these spaces, they say we love these spaces, we love these spaces, we love these spaces. This is your time to show appreciation to Mario. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button, people.
Nick, I
So
should have
let
I
me
should have got
just,
you to do it. You did a much better job than me
yeah,
there.
you
So
did a
sorry, Tira, go
better
ahead.
job. Yeah. So look,
Yeah, but he didn't mention
standing,
that he dances with Snoop Dogg.
standing is relevant. So you do understand that we cannot have every case anytime anybody feels they can. I didn't like what happened in another state. I'm pissed. You can't just have people walking in the door who have literally no interest
Well,
in
that's not
a
the case
case.
in any of
Wait,
these situations.
Doc, will
There
you
were
please?
vote. There were
Doc,
voters
you gotta
who
stop
stepped
doing
Doc,
this,
in
Doc. You
Doc,
gotta
who
let
looked
it.
an eye stand.
Doc.
Okay. Yep. I muted everybody. Tira, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, there were a number of cases. There was a 35-page decision in, I think it was Nevada, on the merits. There was another decision in Michigan on the merits. There were decisions on the merits. Clearly, more were on standing, but the decisions on the merits, with the exception of one Pennsylvania case, which didn't wind up being relevant to anything, basically all went against Trump as well. Now, standing is important. It's relevant. Like I said, we have a system where you have to either accept the laws or say, I don't. Okay. This is why what Kari Lake said the other night when Ben questioned her bothered me, because you have to accept this. You must accept that if someone walks in and they don't have any interest, the court will say, sorry, you don't have standing. And by the way, I suspect that a lot of people would agree with certain cases being thrown out because of standing if they were on the conservative side. So live by the sword, die by the sword. As I said, a number of cases, in every case where they looked at the claims. First of all, very few claims of fraud were actually made in court. And there's a reason. The reason is because the lawyers didn't want to lie.
But
And they
you're,
didn't
you're
have
not,
evidence.
Exactly.
let me respond here, because you're not
Wait,
citing any cases whatsoever. You're speaking with a
Judge
broad brush
Jackson,
and
So
you're
Judge
talking in
Jackson, I
circles.
think it was Judge Jackson.
Okay,
I
but
will
the
check the
Georgia
name.
case that I
it,
just
it was Georgia.
mentioned
It was, yeah.
was thrown out for standing, and then another judge ruled that it did have standing. So what I'm saying
So
is
Well,
standing is subjective, really. It's
no,
based
no.
but
on
but
Heather,
judgment.
can
Heather,
I explain what standing is? Can I just explain what standing is? Because we're using the word, but I think a lot of people don't understand what we're talking about.
Well, you didn't understand it the first time you defined
Well,
it, but
there's
go ahead. Take another shot.
I mean, come on, let Ned define it for the peeps.
There's three elements, right?
Go ahead,
Injury in
Ned.
fact, causation, and redressability. Those are the three elements.
Just go a bit slower, Ned. You went too fast there. Nick never got you.
Read your Google results a little slower
Like that
next time.
No, it's three things. It's
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
injury in fact, causation, and redressability. Those are the three things that you need for standing. It's simple. So I'm
That came out as one word again. Can you just do a little bit slower?
all right. There's three simple elements. It all depends on really what state you're, but there are three simple elements. There's injury in fact. There's causation. You got to show that the defendant caused whatever injury, and then that the court can do something to it's called redressability. The court can actually make you whole in some way. Now, if you don't have all of those three elements, if you have to show that, if you can't show that all those things, you have all those three things, then the court's going to dismiss your case. So not everyone can sue for anything. You can only sue if for specific causes of action, for specific things. And those are the three elements the court's
Yeah.
going to use to find out if you're allowed to sue. So standing is important. And again,
Yeah.
every lawyer
Well,
in
so
this room,
let me.
will tell you, if they go to court and don't have standing, they know their case is going to be thrown out. I'm not sure how Doc works. Doc does whatever he wants to do,
Yeah.
but you have to
well, I
have
just
standing.
Heather, like,
So
what?
wait, let me respond real quick, because like in this Georgia case specifically, one of the questions that came up regarding standing was the injury, right? Like if somebody embeds fraudulent votes into an election, does it then injure you, a voter, by diluting your vote? And that was really the argument that was raised when it came to the standing in this other case. It wasn't were there fraudulent ballots or not, right? Like it's did those fraudulent ballots injure the voter, right, by diluting your vote? So even if initially it was thrown out on standing because they're saying, hey, even if somebody embeds these fake ballots into the election, it's technically not an injury to you by the law's standards, and it gets thrown out, that in no way, shape, or form means those fraudulent ballots weren't embedded into the election.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
That's
So
true.
there's this misconception. There's a misconception that if it's thrown out because of standing, that there's no merits. And I think people are very ignorant of the law and how it works that are making these claims.
There's a difference between
Well,
losing
And that
there's a difference between losing the case on the merits and losing it because of standing. And I think you're right. I think the cases that were lost in standing didn't go to the merits, as you're saying. But just because they didn't go to the merits doesn't mean the cases were good. And generally, if your case can't get through standing, that means you didn't have a claim to begin with. So yeah, and yes,
No,
and yes.
you
Let me
just
let
said
me let me
you
let me
just
just let me
said,
just
so
finish
Nick,
let me
what
just
the
finish my last
elements
point.
were for
Let me just
standing.
finish my
None
last
of them
point.
go
Doc,
to the
Doc,
merits of the case
Doc,
or whether
I
it was good or
understand
not.
you have a listening problem. So what I'm trying to say is that even though I do agree
I have
that
a speaking problem right now. I keep getting shut up, so I'll just sit here and be stupid.
okay.
That's easy,
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
know. You've been doing that all night. But back to the point that you're making. So I do agree. And I do agree that sometimes the courts are really harsh with standing. But I don't think that you can just say that just because one case standing was overturned means all standing is all BS. I do agree. There are some crazy cases that standing that cases should have gone forward. But I think if you're only going to point to one case and say, see this one case in Georgia, the judge got overruled, that's ridiculous, right? That's that. Or
Wait,
there's
can
30
we
other cases
discuss
that
that
has that too.
case?
So
Can we
Tira,
talk
wasn't
about
that?
that case? It wasn't that Carolyn Jeffords versus Fulton County. Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about, Heather? Because that case, what happened was the Supreme Court of Georgia basically changed its rules. No lower court in a case, okay? They basically said they expanded the definition of standing for a certain purpose. No lower court would have, in fact, ever sort of assumed that the Georgia Supreme Court would make such an expansion. That's unusual. And I think by you saying it was overturned or whatever, that's not exactly
It
what
was
happened.
based on new case precedent. There was new
That's
law.
correct.
That's
That's
how it
correct.
got
But how
appealed.
many
It was,
times has that
sent back to the
happened?
lower court to
Yes,
be relitigated.
Right. It's
because
coming to trial. Two
yes,
cases.
but
That one
but
and
that
one other adjacent
happened
case.
because the Georgia Supreme Court changed a definition of standing for
No,
community
they
involvement.
did not change
Yes,
the
they
definition.
did.
There was a
They
case precedent that they had to comply with. That is not them electively changing the standard. That's from another case, another court.
Wait, what is Heather talking about then? Which case? Because I think it's the Jeffords case. Heather, can you tell us what you're talking about? Or
No, well, it's technically the Jeffords and the voter GA case. It was split, so there's basically it's the same lawsuit with two different sets of plaintiffs.
I'll post it up in the Nest. I've tweeted about it. I got the case links to it. This is really not a good argument for the liberals.
Tara, which was the lawsuit? It was one of them in Georgia in which when the judge asked, are you alleging voter fraud? Do you have any evidence of voter fraud? Trump campaign responded, no, we're not alleging voter fraud. No, we have no evidence of voter fraud. I mean, what they were trying to do is basically saying, look, judge, issue an injunction to pause the counting of the ballots so we try to go find evidence of voter fraud, right? You can't make a knowingly false submission in court. So
wait
case?
a minute, Ben.
Go ahead.
That's disingenuous because fraud is something that requires particularity in facts, right?
No,
no one goes and claims fraud when they could claim other violations of the voting rights because fraud is much tougher to prove. You're using fraud in a very generic, lay.
No, I'm using the terminology in the sense that the judge asked, I go find the case. Hold on, and I'll put it up in the jumbotron because that was the exact wording. Are you alleging voter fraud? Do you have any evidence of voter fraud? So that is not my terminology. That is the terminology that was recorded in court.
You got to put it in the context of what they actually were alleging and how that was treated. So if you want to put those facts up in the Nest, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, but let me talk a little bit more about
my last point was to what Tira said. Yeah, just to what Heather. So in terms of what Kari Lake said in that space that we were talking, it wasn't so much that I won't accept it, right? Well, she did say that. Her exact words were, and there's a recording of it. We haven't found the judge that has the courage that needs to do what needs, or that will do what needs to be done. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
You have to understand, even to the point of standing, that for any judge, that an election case is a political third rail, and they all defer away from it. Everybody would rather kick the can, not touch it.
There's an actual Supreme Court
doctrine
doctrine on that. It's called the political doctrine, and that's exactly what Roberts expressed in his dissent in several cases that affected this election. These are issues that need to be resolved by the voters and the representatives. And beyond standing, there were other procedural roadblocks that defeated some of these cases before the merits of the evidence were presented. First, after the election, and then in December, there was a big case brought that was denied because the matter wasn't ripe. Why is the matter not ripe? It's akin to
Doc, you're covering up your microphone somehow there, buddy.
I'm sorry, I put my finger over I'm sorry I do that. So anyway, the first case I'll take note of. I'll go find it if someone needs to. Dismissed because it wasn't ripe. Why wasn't it ripe if it was after the vote? Because the Electoral College hadn't met, and the president is not elected by a popular vote in any particular state. So the court said the matter's not ripe until after the Electoral College meets and nominates and takes his nomination and awards him the presidency. That was one way. The Supreme Court dismissed cases after Biden was sworn in, saying that the matter was moot, meaning that it doesn't matter if there was fraud or not. It doesn't matter if there are violations of election law because Biden is the president. And the foundation of this cowardice, as Christy was mentioning, is what's called the political doctrine, where the courts say, and they do this in many, many other areas, they want the other two branches of government plus the voters to work it out. And that's an area I'm intimately involved with. It's called the Federal Arbitration Act. And the numerous violations that consumers primarily have brought to the court's attention have risen all the way up to the appellate courts, to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court says this is a matter for the Congress to address, not the courts. So that's the nature of cowardice.
Doc, so I will put it up. So Trump v. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I'm just going to read it, right? So they both signed, first of all, Trump campaign admitted in the stipulation of facts, it explicitly admits that they are not alleging voter fraud. And they also came out with a joint statement, a stipulation of facts, saying petitioners do not allege and there is no evidence of any fraud in connection with any of the challenged ballots. The stipulation also further says that there has not been one single instance of misconduct or impropriety in connection with the challenging of the ballots. So I think that's important to note, right? So in a lot of these cases, go ahead.
It is important to note, and you and I agree on that, where we have a fact gap is what other causes and claims that Trump made in that election challenge were not somehow stipulated away. It's sort of a common practice before a trial. You have in California, they call it a separate statement of undisputed facts, where you go through all the issues and you list all the facts that you think you have and all the facts that the other party thinks they have, and you either agree or disagree. And that's brought forward to the court to narrow the scope of the trial for a judicial economy, so you don't spend 3 weeks at trial on matters that you both basically agree to. That's probably what you're looking at.
So then here's another quick question for you. So we can go to Trump v. Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, right? So the issue was that they were challenging the legitimacy of 592 disputed ballots. In court, are you claiming that there is any fraud in connection with these disputed ballots whatsoever? And his lawyer, John S. Goldstein, to my knowledge at present, no. So my question is this. Why would they challenge the legitimacy of 592 ballots publicly and then go through the process of getting the court documents ready and so forth and so forth, and then basically when they appear before a judge say, no, we're actually not challenging the legitimacy of those ballots?
I just go back to my previous answer or question. What other claims besides voter fraud would they bring in that case? Right. What were the causes of action? There's usually more than one. You know, Ben, usually there's 6, 7, 10, 12. In the KARI Lake case, there were 13.
Was that case dropped
at her original complaint?
Was that case dropped on standard? Because let's say, for instance, if Biden won by 3,000 votes and they're saying 500 are suspect, the general, that's a case that probably wouldn't make it because it wouldn't change the outcome of the. So they would say, even if you win, there's no redress, right? We can throw out those 500 votes, but he'll still win the election. So was that knocked out because of standing, or was that knocked out because on the merits?
Doc?
That's Ben brought that case up. I'm not familiar with that particular case, to be honest with you.
Can we not just blur our eyes a bit and take a slightly different, less legal approach here, and just literally consider that Trump was ahead in all of the swing states, and then anomalously at 3 a.m, with all of the newscasters just kind of sucking it along like it's business as usual and selling it to the American public, we have, under the cover of darkness, and I'm sure you guys have seen the graphs, there's an incredible fraud meme, and the same statistical graphic anomaly occurs that any sort of objective forensic analysis of all of these graphs in the key swing states that show trending Trump slightly above, all of a sudden Trump votes stop. There's a meteoric rise on the Biden votes. And this is all after, in all the key swing states, Trump is winning, and all of them for anomalous bullshit reasons. Big waterman button. Pretty soon we've got pizza boxes blocking viewers. I appreciate the politics that we all hold in our heart. Some of us more to one side than the other, and I respect everybody across the spectrum. But at some point, we have to just have some levity, regardless of which side you're on, that if we were observing these same data sets and fact points in a third world nation, we would all have reason to wave a flag. And there's nobody in here short of paid merchants of disinformation that could look at this objectively in any other way. We had the key crux states all adjusted after hours with this anomalous stoppage of vote counting being sold to the American people like it's business as usual. That is not only fraudulent at some degree, but
So
also
which
collusive
states
media.
paused counting?
So let me
Confluence.
just 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys.
All
I
swing
don't.
states.
Let me go to Tira. Sorry, guys, everybody's talking. Tira, go ahead. Then I'm going to go to Christian. Go ahead, Tira.
Okay, so it was not anomalous. What it is we have we have different procedures in all 50 states. In some states, you cannot even open up mail-in ballots until after election day is over, after voting is over, say 8 o'clock. In other states, you can open them up but not process them. In other states, you can only start to open them up the morning of, etc. So
This has
what
never happened in prior elections,
can
Tara.
we
All swing
can I wait,
states.
can I finish, please, sir? Because you spoke for a while, okay? So if you don't understand the procedures in each state, you might make the argument that you're making, which is, wow, he was ahead. However, I should point you to numerous articles and Trump himself basically knowing that the election day votes would probably favor Donald Trump in many states. Why? Because he told his people to vote on election day and he told them not to do mail-in voting. He told them this, right? So they didn't do it. Democrats, on the other hand, because of COVID, etc., told their voters, mail in your ballots if you can, do early voting, do whatever you can, but don't rely on election day voting. Now, so that's why we see a disparity between the heavily Democratic cities, which were voting by mail in many cases, much more than the Republican day of. So what
And
happened here was not cloak of night, was not anomalous. What it
It
was
actually
you don't
was.
understand the
but
procedures.
Tara, there's one
They
more
did not.
point.
They
So,
did not
so can I
stop
jump in?
counting.
Can I
No,
jump
hold
in
Can I
on.
now?
can
But
I
it,
finish? Wait,
yeah,
one more
sorry.
minute, okay?
Procedures were
They
not
did not stop
followed.
Lies.
counting. They did not stop counting. What happened was they stopped reporting in the middle of the night and they said we'll report again at 10,
That's
11
a
in the morning.
lie. They announced that
Not
they
that
were
is not
But
stopping
a
the
lie.
vote at 3
Not
o'clock in the
surprise.
morning.
Doc, can you please shut? Really, just have some impulse control, okay? So what it is here is that if you don't know the procedures and you somehow think, gee, Trump was ahead and I went to sleep and then I woke up and he was behind, you don't understand that basically a lot of absentee mail-in ballots were being counted
But
overnight, and
only in the
they
swing
were
states.
heavily
But only in the
Democratic.
swing states,
but
Tara.
there's a reason for
Only in the
that. There's a
swing
So,
states.
reason.
so okay, so
I
let's
appreciate.
get
I
Benjamin in
appreciate.
here to make a quick comment, and then I want to
Let me
bring
just go to
Christian in as
Christian
well.
and then I'll go to Benjamin. Go ahead, Christian.
Thank you.
Christian, go ahead.
Doc and Confluence, hinted at a couple things that I just want to highlight with emphasis here. One of the main problems is because we live in a public interest war, and because the media is dictating to the public what they want the public to think, when they put up a story about one of these election cases, almost 93% of the time, they're trying to either lie to the public or confuse them and make them think that something is that isn't. And so that's a real problem in all of this. The second problem you have is that the public interest itself is not being listened to. Because if you look at any poll on this, you will find that a majority of independents believe that the elections are stolen, or that they believe that there is election fraud, or they believe the counties are not following the election laws. Now we're into Tira's point about which bled into the other points about the state legislatures, because right now in Arizona, where I live, which we're talking about right now, we have Republican state representatives that do not want to resolve the problems that are happening inside of the counties. The legislature is responsible for all of these things, but yet the Republicans that run on election integrity are not willing to resolve the problems. So, what we're facing now, as a result of all three of these things, is really going to be the end of our country, because what you're going to have is you're going to have some person inside of a county, or let's just say Maricopa County, pun intended, some person inside Maricopa County that goes into a back room and is approving ballots that they shouldn't approve. And then the county board of supervisors will throw their hands up and say, oh, I don't have anything to do with that. I don't approve ballots. Oh, well, we have observers. Oh, well, we have surveillance. And then the legislature throws their hands up and says, well, talk to the county. The county is running the election. This is what's happening right now in our country. So this is scary because this is what happened to Brazil. This is what happened to Venezuela. This is what happened to many of the third world countries. And a lot of us think that, hey, it's business as usual. None of this is a problem. Let the Democrats get into office. To hell with it.
Yeah.
Or
So
you have the
Christian,
people that say, oh, wait. And then you have the people that say, oh, well, such and such got votes. So because such and such got votes, that means that the county followed the law. No, they didn't follow the law. So, and then you got this whole issue with, well, if you just run as a moderate, lukewarm chameleon, every person will just mark yes on your ballot, and then that's it. So these are the problems that we currently face right now. And
Christian,
as
let
I
me
said,
ask you this, because you're on the executive committee for the Arizona Republican Party, right? So is the GOP, the state GOP, are they backing Lake in these claims, or are they leaving her off on her own? Are they helping in any way?
Well, there was just an article about the Gateway Pundit, which I already knew this because, I'll give a secret to this whole room, which most of the people who follow me know this, but I'll give this to this whole room. I had a 48-minute phone call with the chair of the Republican Party, Jeff DeWitt, on election integrity and the Republican AZ state legislature. And I can tell you, nobody knows Jeff DeWitt like I do, because what you see on the television screen and what you see in these news articles and in the endorsement statements, that's not the real Jeff DeWitt. The real Jeff DeWitt is somebody like Adam Kissinger, someone like Liz Cheney, the Mitt Romneys of the world. That's who the real Jeff DeWitt is. But they portray Jeff DeWitt as if he's the best MAGA America First guy since sliced bread. But that's not who he is. So no, they are not supporting Kari Lake. They are not supporting the precinct committeemen on the ground, who are the legs, arms, and the body of
Why
the party.
though? Why would they not do that?
I'll tell you, because the establishment holds on to their power inside the government, and then they go into the political party and they dictate down to the precinct committeemen. So think of it like the Democrat Party. When the Democrats have a candidate like Joe Biden or Obama or whoever, and then you have all these other people off to the side, the Klobuchars, the Kamala Harrises, so on and so forth, the party will say, nope, you Bernies and all you other people, move to the side. You are not going to win this. We're going to make sure that you don't. That is what is happening inside the Republican Party.
Can I just add on to what
you're not really saying anything. Like, you're not really saying what hasn't been done. You just say they're not standing by here. Can you be specific about what isn't being done that needs to be done?
Okay, let's start with the biggest elephant in the room: signature verification. The legislature just went through a critical, pivotal legislative session leading into an election year of 2024. They handed the governor the budget that the governor wanted, which was a very progressive budget. And then they threw up their hands and said, oh, well, we have a Democrat governor. There's nothing we can do. All we can do is just hand her the budget that she wants, and then everybody goes home. That is what they're doing. And then there's a whole bunch of other things that we could point out: duplicate ballots, the problems with the site books and the poll books that was created by Fontes, who's the current Secretary of State. He was the Maricopa County recorder. We could talk about how the how about the public records request in the state of Arizona? The media has more access to election data and public records requests than the average citizen living in the state of Arizona. These are real problems that the Republican AZ state legislature, that runs on election integrity, but when they get up there at the Capitol, because I've been down there, they listen to every lobbyist you could possibly think of and every interest group you could think of and say, oh, I can't possibly draft or introduce this. I'm just going to do whatever my lobbyist tells me. As a matter of fact, Maricopa County has a chief lobbyist, let's just call her a negotiator, down at the Capitol, who is the person that clears all of the election bills. So when the elected legislative member down at the Capitol says, okay, I have a bill, they're seeking the approval of the lobbyist liaison from Maricopa County instead of them proceeding with the bill that they were asked to write by their
What bill,
citizens.
though? What bill are you talking about? You still haven't said
I
what
can
bill
name off.
hasn't.
I just told you. I just said.
You said that you
I said
passed a
signature
progressive
verification.
budget.
I said
What is the
duplicate
bill about
ballots,
signature verification
adjudication.
that hasn't been passed but you want to pass?
Say that again.
You say you
Say
want to
that
pass
again?
a bill, I think, related to signature verification. What is the bill that you want to pass related to signature verification that has not passed but you want it to pass?
There were about at least 11 bills that were in the legislature that were drafted by a single state representative. And you want to know what the Republican AZ state legislature did? They expelled
You
that
didn't.
Republican.
But what is that bill? What does that bill do?
It does. I just told you. You want to sit here? You want me to give you the bill numbers?
No, just what the.
No, I want you to explain what the bill does
Yeah,
that you want to pass. You say you want to pass a bill. What does that bill
I
do?
just said it stops adjudication. It stops duplicate ballots. It puts more restrictions on signature verification. It requires more observers, more surveillance. It gets rid of voting centers. It goes back to precinct level voting. It allows the proper information to be produced by the county whenever there's an election data public records request. There's a whole host of things that that Republicans decided that they were not going to vote on in this past session. And the reason why that's a critical mistake is that in Arizona, if you don't pass an election bill in a expedient amount of time, you don't allow the law to become ripe. So now when we get to the next session next year in 2024, it will be too late. So as soon as the Republicans sine die and close the session, that's it. 2024 is lost because you're going to have the same people inside of the county violating the law, approving signatures that they shouldn't, and then all this stuff that happened with chain of custody. You're going to have the same thing. That's what happened in 2020.
Can I
So
just
let me
expand
just
on
go
something?
to. Yeah, go ahead, Ben. I was going to go to you anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, just very, very briefly. So it touches on what Tira said, and there's a tweet up on the Jumbotron about it. I don't know why people are miffed and puzzled by the fact that, people went to bed with Donald Trump winning, he was ahead, and woke up to Joe Biden ahead, right? There's a reason for that. The Trump campaign went to court and was granted the ability, they wanted the election day ballots not only segregated from mail-in ballots, they wanted the mail-in ballots counted after election day ballots. So I don't understand why people are so surprised that when they were done counting the election day ballots, they started counting the mail-in ballots. And we know that it heavily favors Democrats, number one, right? But there's a reason for that, because we saw after the election, a lot of the lawsuits hovered around and revolved around, well, these ballots must be nefarious. There must be something wrong with them, right? Well, of course he was going to say that. He wanted them counted after election day. And he went to court and asked for that, and he was granted it. So I don't know where this mystery comes from that, well, he shot up in the middle of the night. Well, of course he did. They started counting mail-in ballots. I mean, Tira,
Do you see
and not
how
just
vertical?
Go
that,
to
See how
Benjamin.
one second, guys. Too many people talking. 4 people. Let's go to Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah. Sarah.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to unmute. I wanted to ask Christian. Christian, did you say that the Arizona GOP executive committee does not support Kari Lake? Did I hear that correctly?
No, we were talking about Jeff DeWitt, because Jeff DeWitt is the chair of the party, and so the perception of most people is that the party itself should be putting out statements in regards to Kari Lake's trial and the progression of it and how it's going, and then of course when you have a chair of the party, traditionally that person is the face of the party, and so the face of the party. And I'll just give you an example. When Kelly Ward was the face of the party, she was constantly talking about the AZ audit. She was constantly talking about what happened in 2020, even prior to that, in years prior. So what we've seen from Jeff DeWitt has been the opposite. Jeff DeWitt pretty much just represents the Cindy McCains of the world. He represents the establishment, the people who don't want to even talk about election integrity or election fraud, the people who avoid it like the plague. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Jeff DeWitt specifically, because that's who I had a conversation with. And actually, Kari Lake specifically called out Jeff DeWitt in that Gateway Pundit article last week.
Let me go to Joa. Joa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, another point to what Benjamin was saying is even this whole election fraud claim, it was written up by Tom Fitton days before the actual election. Like everything was set up to make it for the numbers to go up at night. There was already a claim. He wanted the votes to be stopped after he's the one that requested the votes be counted at night. Like, just put all the pieces together, guys. And like, to have a question is, I know you guys are smart, although we're typically I'm on the opposite side. What do you need to see to finally put this thing to bed and be like, what possible evidence can you see or judgment or whatever that you're finally like, okay, I was wrong?
Well, how about
Joa,
all
let me
You're
go to a break.
basically
Let me go
asking
to
me,
one second,
Joa.
guys. 1 second, guys. There's four of you talking, and I get y'all want to answer him. Let me go to
I
break.
was
Let's see
actually
what his
interested
answer
in
is.
Doc's answer.
All right, go ahead, Doc. Then.
So I guess what else do we need to see? I'd like to see all 13 of Kari Lake's trial causes of action heard. I'd like to see all 5 of her appellate causes of action heard. I'd like to see cases, the Texas case that was dismissed because it was moot, that heard by the Supreme Court. Here's a case where 7 states brought a cause of action saying that the illegal voting in other states, which there was evidence of, diluted the votes in the Electoral College for those states. And that was denied by the Supreme Court because they said the matter was moot. They don't look at the evidence. They use procedural tactics, standing, ripeness, mootness, to dispense with the controversy and lay it back
But you
all
know
on
what you're
us.
saying.
Wait,
You're
wait,
basically
wait.
saying there was a
This is what the
conspiracy.
Okay, so
Supreme
now you're
Court said.
interrupting
You
me
are
after
wrong.
chastising me
You
for
are
interrupting
wrong.
you. Let's just
Remember
Yeah,
say
you
you're
you
said
wrong,
you
do
can
Doc.
that.
You're
interrupt
wrong.
Do the
me.
same thing
You
that you
are
accuse other
wrong.
people
Doc,
of, and I'm
Doc,
done
remember you
here.
said you could interrupt just for clarification. Here's what the Supreme Court said. The state of Texas's motion for leave to file a bill of complaint is denied for lack of standing under Article 3. Texas has not demonstrated a judicially cognizable interest in the manner in which another state conducts its elections. All other pending motions are dismissed as moot. So it was standing. They didn't have an interest. Thanks.
And we've
It wasn't
we've
dismissed
already
on standing.
established.
It was dismissed on mootness. And your analogy about
What?
the different
I
states
just
do
read
things
it to you,
differently.
Doc. That was
7
a Supreme
states
It
Court
stopped
doesn't. It
order.
counting
does. It
all at
doesn't
the
fit the
Oh
same
my
narrative.
god.
time. And when those 7 states started counting again, that there were thousands and thousands and thousands of votes for Biden, which caused the graph to go straight up. That's and overcome Trump's advantage from the night before. None of those states, to my knowledge, had in place a timeout at 3:00 in the morning East Coast time. That's
Joe,
not consistent with their procedure. They all did it together. So your analysis that different states did different things. No, they're supposed to count until they're finished. That was the process and the procedure in those states. In Georgia, they lied and said that a water main had busted. What actually came out after the fact, and I'll post the story if you need to, is that in another building a toilet overflowed. and that's why they stopped. But
Oh,
they
and
didn't
by the
stop. There's
way,
video in
Fulton
Georgia
County,
of them inside the center
Doc.
counting more votes during that
Yeah,
time.
Doc is spinning
Those
his
are
Doc, I
wheel
want
right
to
facts.
now.
let me add to what Doc said, because John Solomon with Just the News did open records requests for internal emails for Fulton County officials, and they did corroborate that they told observers to go home. And that was also repeated in local media, that observers were reported and told to go home. So then after these people went home, they were found scanning in batches of ballots in the middle of the night, just like Doc is saying. And here's the kicker: that lawsuit that is now being relitigated, where they opened or they're basically looking to unseal the absentee mail-in ballots. One of the things that they actually got from the judge were the ballot images. Only guess what? Hundreds of thousands of them had been deleted and overwritten, right, in violation of the law. And the ones that they did have actually proved that several ballots were scanned in multiple times, the entire batch, because every time a ballot is scanned, it creates a digital image and has like a almost like the odometer on your car. It goes up one number. So you have the batch, the ballot number, the scanner number, and it's all in rotation. These handwritten absentee ballots that have the identical markings had numerous ballot images of the exact same ballot, which actually corroborates the fact that they were scanning in those ballots on that camera in the middle of the night. This is why Judge Brian Amaro actually unsealed the ballots in the first place, was because of the revelations that came when they did their analysis of the ballot images. So if anybody actually cares to hear facts of election fraud, I can provide them to you.
So if I
Yes,
can I
and
ask a
Heather,
question?
I
One
challenge
second,
anybody.
guys. That's like 5 people. I know you want to. Don't mess with Heather though. She's already been smashing you all the way through this, backing up MAGA. Tira, let's see if you can come back on her.
I'm sorry. I didn't have my. I wasn't listening for a second. Sorry.
Of
So
course
someone
you
else.
wasn't.
Did you want
Of
to say something? Go
No,
ahead.
wait,
She
Heather.
wasn't
Are you
listening.
suggesting that I back away from a fight? I really was doing
No,
something else.
no,
Please don't
it's all
even
right.
go
It's
there.
all right.
Okay.
Sorry, Heather. I mean, Tira just accept it. Heather smashed you. But anyway, go ahead. Tira, go ahead.
Wait, no. I said I wasn't listening to what
She
Heather
doesn't
said.
need to
Oh,
go.
right.
But
Sorry.
real quick,
I
on
said
the
I
back of
wasn't
that,
listening. I would love to have
Oh, she
someone
said.
else speak, but Heather,
Oh, yes,
Heather
she said.
said I was afraid, and that is ridiculous. Sorry, I was doing something
No,
else
no.
for a second.
I
Sorry.
did
I
want
mean,
to
she
ask.
might be right. It is. I mean, her argument was really strong. But anyway, Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to ask just a quick question. So Heather, you've been focused on Georgia. So even if I give you Georgia, Biden still wins. So are you saying? So yes, I'll concede. Georgia was fraudulent. Those Trump-loving Republicans from Kemp to the Brad Raffensperger, those guys were corrupt, and Trump should have won Georgia. But even if he did win Georgia, he would have still lost the election. So now, so I still don't understand how you keep saying Trump won or Biden didn't win, even if I concede Georgia.
Well, at least you're willing to admit that there's issues in Georgia. Thank you for that.
Yes.
And maybe you might want to talk to the me version, like talk to Michael Gableman out in Wisconsin, right? I am one person. There's no way I could have possibly like I looked at Georgia under a microscope. And if it's possible that that happened in Georgia, it is absolutely possible that it happened in Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, wherever, right? Like
Florida,
it's
Texas,
basically the same
right?
place.
Florida, Texas, all
Like
those states
whatever.
too, right?
I don't know, because this is funny, because this is the exact type of tactic that Jim Acosta used when he showed up to CPAC right after the election, right? Is he would go around and he would push the big lie theory and be like, well, why would Joe Biden, or why would Brad Raffensperger want Joe Biden to win, right? And it's like, I don't know. That's his prerogative. What I know is what I find, and that's what I report, right? Like these lawsuits, like these ballot images that were deleted and that they were told to be overwritten, like the duplicate
Yeah,
ones
I'm
that
giving you
came.
that. I don't want to.
I
don't want
will
to rehash
report
that
the
though.
facts, and you can do with them what you will. I'm not going to speculate based on why Brad Raffensperger is doing what he's doing. Maybe he's corrupt. Maybe he's scared. Maybe he's bought off. Who knows? That's his prerogative. What I know is what I report, and I will give you facts, and you cannot dispute those facts.
Maybe you didn't understand my question. I'm saying I'm conceding that point. I'm conceding your whole Georgia. I'm saying Trump won Georgia, right? I concede that. So even if they came and said Trump won Georgia, I'm conceding that point. I don't care about Brad Raffensperger. I'm conceding that point. But I'm saying even if that was to happen, and I'll give you Arizona just to throw it in for fun. I'll give you Arizona and Georgia. Trump still loses the election. So even though I've conceded two
So
states
let
to
me
you,
ask
hold
you
on,
this thing: Do
listen to me,
you
listen
not
to me, listen
care?
to
Do
me,
you not
listen
care
to me,
about election
listen
fraud?
to what I'm saying.
Because you
Listen to what I'm
realize, no,
saying.
no, no,
I've
you
conceded two
listen,
states.
you
I've
listen.
conceded
No,
two
because
states to
you're
you,
playing stupid
and
games, dude.
Trump still loses the election. So now
You're doing all this
if I've
hypothetical stuff.
conceded the two states that are in contest with you, and Trump still loses, then you must then concede with all logical sense, right, that Biden still wins the election. If I've given you the two states that you
Dude,
you
I am
conceded.
not doing shit until we get to the bottom of what happened. Like, I'm not going to concede. We don't know if Trump won. We don't know if Biden won. We know there was plenty of fraud and corruption that they're covering up, and that the common denominator on all of it tends to be people in the Biden
And
camp.
I'm giving you those two states. You're saying these two states are bad.
So
I've
wait.
conceded that.
Wait.
Did you wait, let me make one last point before Tara goes on her little tear or whatever, or on her soapbox, okay? Here's the thing, right? You guys should all care about election fraud just as much as I do, because when organized crime gets embedded into your election process, no Democrat vote truly counted either. And I can tell you, being up in the heavily blue New England, a lot of people up here feel like Bernie Sanders was the real nominee and it got stolen from him. And that very well may be, right? DeKalb County, Georgia had a Democrat that ran for county commissioner, and they tried taking the election from her. This is not a right versus left issue. When organized crime and corruption steals our election, we all lose. So stop trying to make this about Trump or Biden and make it about our freaking country that we're on the verge of losing.
I want to respond to this. Hold on.
Okay, so
Can I respond to that?
just
Because she was
sure.
responding to my point. So I want to respond to this. No one is saying we should look the other way on election fraud, right? If there's election fraud in Georgia, they should prosecute. If there's election fraud in Arizona, they should prosecute. I am saying yes, and then I'm giving you your point. I'm saying, okay, those elections are fraudulent. Let's give it to Trump. But even in the best case scenario, if we give those states to Trump, he still loses the election. So now what I'm saying is that giving you the benefit of the doubt, saying your facts are true, giving you the two states that you are saying were fraudulently held, Trump still loses the election. And instead, you can't, because you're so focused in on, well, Trump really won, you can't even concede the point that even if I say everything you're saying is correct about the two states that you've been talking about, you still can't just admit
that is
Biden
a ridiculous hypothetical game theory, nonsensical framework. If you're going to have it bad in two areas with your fouled concept here, who's to say it's not bad in more than two areas? It's a horrible argument.
Because I'm conceding
it's
the
a
point.
horrible
You're
argument.
saying
What I would like from you, Nate, please. It's a horrible argument. It proves nothing on either side, nor you for her.
It proves
but
Biden
why
won the
don't we
election.
go up?
If I concede your point and Biden still wins,
no,
that proves that Biden won the election.
horrible framework that's meaningless to anybody in this space.
How is that meaningless?
What is meaningful?
That's not true at all.
It's hypothetically conceding two states and then yielding the rest. It's meaningless.
It's corrupt. I'm saying
it's not just two states.
And he still loses. And
it's
now
not
you guys
just two states. It's systemic.
Now it's an extra state, right? Because again,
Nate,
I don't think you
please
guys
answer
can
something
focus
for me.
I
have a
don't
question
think you guys
for you.
Can focus in on this. Go ahead. Talk to me.
Of course. It's like a double hitchback hypothetical that's meaningless in this discussion. But moving past that, with your honest eyes, please take a look at the two graphs, Wisconsin and Michigan, okay? And on the back of Doc's points, and it was anomalous to all of a sudden stop at the same time, all the swing states with all the same context, varying degrees of dodgy excuses and collusive behavior, and votes continuing to be counted after the fact. Nobody is arguing that day of voting would be a little bit different than mail-in voting. Fabulous statistical case, makes perfect sense, okay? However, the same exact complete vertical line on the graphs in every one of the swing states is not possible, okay? If you were looking at this anywhere else in nature, anywhere else in data, we would all come to the same conclusion. These marks, just like the same hieroglyphs found in two different caves, they're identifiable and they're non-natural. And we have to, at some point, look at the graphs as posted
Confluence.
in the
Do you know that Stock does the same thing? It stops reporting to the public at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and then at 9 a.m. it starts trading again for the public, but it actually doesn't stop moving. There's aftermarket and before market trading that happens.
I'm
So
1,000%
exactly the same
aware.
thing you're talking about happens
False.
every day in the financial world.
No, I'm certainly in the financial world. You have predicate for a complete vertical line because you've tallied overnight.
And you have it here
and you have a
too.
big
It
move.
was said that they need to separate the ballots. It has
No.
total reason why that happened.
No,
And it was set
only
up by
one,
Trump to
only
do
one
that.
person goes only completely vertical at the same time. First of all, you're counting all of the votes from both
Yeah, and
parties.
there's a confluence. There's a reason. Like constantly, I hear like example. Oh, that Democratic city with all the murders. Do you know that the top 10 cities in U.S. are all Democratic? So of course the murders are in Democratic cities. But when you look at the states with the highest murder rates, they're mostly red states. It's Louisiana, it's Missouri. Like the death rates are not happening. Do you understand?
Non
Like
sequitur.
you
Again, there's no way to
you
have
try
a
to
complete
frame
vertical.
things
No,
in the
let
wrong
me
way,
finish.
like completely
There's
in the
no
wrong way.
to have with a two-party option, one party to move completely vertical. As
You can
shown
because
in
of the
all
mail-in
graphs.
ballots and how
Stop,
people are
please. Let me
motivated.
finish.
Just
Let me
like
finish.
Democrats
Let
are
me
motivated to
finish.
move to
Let me
cities
finish.
because they
There's
believe in working with others.
There's no 100% red or blue cities. Not in the deepest of these Ozarks. Not in the
And that
bluest
didn't
of
happen
the
here
big
either.
cities.
And that didn't
Look
happen
at
here
the
either.
vertical blue line that's on every swing state graph that happened after hours. You would
And the
still
red
have
line
to have.
also went, and the red line also went up, just not as much.
You know,
It wasn't just one candidate.
I do want to. Let
False.
me answer that question because it seems like you asked me that question. So I'll tell you the way I look at it. I'm looking at it as, unfortunately, people just can't accept the truth, right? And you have Florida, you have Georgia, you have Arizona. So to believe what you're saying, I have to believe there's a nationwide conspiracy from Michigan.
Please, this is not about
Let me
belief.
finish because I sat
Look
there
at
and listened
the
to what you
graph.
said.
Look at the lines.
Hold
Use
on,
your
let me
eyes
finish.
on the lines.
You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer that
This
question.
is not a
So
philosophical answer.
I have to now believe that Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, the Republicans in Arizona, all of them are in this monster conspiracy to overthrow the election for Biden? Or do I think, well, if Democrats are being told to vote by mail, then obviously, and those votes are being counted later, then obviously that's going to change the results. But if Republicans are being told to vote in person on election day, then obviously when those votes are tallied on that day, then Trump is going to have a lead. Then when eventually those mail-in votes are counted, then that lead may either shrink or that lead may disappear.
Nate, I appreciate the philosophical roundabout.
I'm just saying, if you want me to believe based on this, if this is the best evidence you got of this nationwide conspiracy,
to believe.
I'm saying it's not convincing to
Nate,
anyone
please.
I don't think it's convincing at all. I think it's convincing to you,
Nate,
but
please.
it's not convincing.
So Nate, are you familiar?
Let me reframe this for you, Nate.
Guys, there's about 4 people talking there. Let Nate finish his point, then Confluence can go ahead. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, if this is the only evidence that you have of this nationwide conspiracy, that from Republicans who are Trump Republicans in the Deep South to the Trump Republicans in Arizona, all against Trump, then I'm saying it's not convincing to me, and I don't think it's convincing to most people.
You're missing my actual question. I don't need a philosophical roundabout. I don't need you to put together all the dots over here and over there. What I'm asking you, it's a very primal a goal that I have here for you. When you look at the blue line that's completely vertical and it's 15-20x the height of the Trump vertical line. I'm not calling into question what this does to your worldview and the red pill that you probably needed as a suppository before this very conversation, but you may want to just look at the little tiny red dot versus the long blue line and see that just from not what this does again to your worldview, but just from a observational human eyes to the length of the stripes. And this happens in all of the swing states. I'm not here to pick up the pieces when your world is affected by things you may not have known prior, but at some point you have to objectively look just at the art, little tiny dot, very long line, same
But you
identification
keep saying it's
pattern
only
across
swing
swing
states, and it wasn't. It
It
wasn't
is
only the
swing
swing
states.
But
states.
see, but
No, you think it's the swing states because you were watching TV and the TV was focused only on the swing states. If you
I
actually
haven't
look at the
had a
charts, it
television
happened
in
in every
20 years,
state.
my friend. Thank
It
you.
happened in every state.
yeah,
It did not.
I
First
understand.
of all, you would
What you're telling me.
expect some of it to
It did
happen.
not.
But just to be clear, you're telling me look at this one piece of evidence, ignore everything else about this, right? And all context,
That's
just look at this. Hold
all
on,
of the
let me finish.
evidence, though.
You keep cutting me off. You're saying look at this one piece of evidence and ignore all other context and all of the rationale. And this one piece of evidence, that just looked at it independently. And again, it's not only just swing states, it's other states, as other people have pointed out. But if I just look at the swing
It's
states,
not
hold on,
one
let me
piece
finish.
of
Let me
evidence.
finish.
It's
Let me
where
finish.
all of the votes land.
If you're gonna let me finish. So we're talking about. So you said look at just how this worked in the swing states. Don't look at how it worked in the other states. Don't look at the implications of this. That there has to be this massive conspiracy, and just take my word for it. So I'm going to say I think the argument is bollocks, and I don't take your word for it. And I'm not going to look at one
It's
piece
not
of
my
evidence. I'm
word.
not going to
These
hold
are
on.
the
Let me finish.
actual
Let me finish.
Just
graphs of the
stop
I am
actual
not
arguing with
going to
him.
look at this one piece of evidence in isolation and pretend that the rest of the world doesn't exist. That piece of evidence
Okay,
helps your argument, but it is not conclusive to the overall conclusion you're trying to get to. I don't know if you
let
can't
me
understand
use a
that.
metaphor
Maybe you
for
can't
you.
understand that, but
Let me
that's what I do. I look
simplify
at
this
all
with a
the evidence,
metaphor.
not just one piece of evidence, and try to make a conclusion based on that.
Let me simplify this with a metaphor. You could have a million different spending behaviors, some vice, some necessity, some medical, some extravagance, okay? There could be a million different stories about why you would spend this and why you would spend that. But at the end of the day, the net fucking outcome is the balance in the account, okay? You can't look at that. It's kind of like a spendy wife on a credit card or something, and I meant no sexualization in this comment, but it's like somebody in a relationship who says, "Oh, but you don't understand all the things." And what you need to see at the end of the day is the net outcome. And that's just one piece of evidence. You don't know how I feel or my beliefs. And no, that is all of the evidence. It's the net accumulated outcome. You can't just dismiss the graphs of the votes in all of the swing states and say, oh, but that's just one point. That's where all the points land, my friend. That's all of the points summed together in a visual format. If you think that that's just dismissible and what this will do to your worldview you aren't ready for, so you dismiss all of the graphs in all of the swing states. And yes, to the point of my dissent, it is accepted or expected that in some states, many of them even, you're going to have a difference in day of and mail-in. I accept that. But when it's 20, 30 lengths of Trump's little dot in the Biden, and this is in all of the critical states, and all of those same states just happen to pull a bullshit reason out to stop from counting, and then everyone justifies it, and newscasters say it with a smile.
Confluence. Do you want to look at Michigan, for example?
No,
Can you go look at Michigan, for example?
It's in the
And
net.
can you look at APM and where Trump has a
If
vertical
anybody wants
line,
to talk about the
almost
court case,
exactly the same as Biden's?
Can we let him?
Yeah, because there's no
Can we let him finish his
corruption
point?
in Michigan, right?
But I want to let him finish his point because he was giving a nice little speech right there. So I want to let him finish his point so I can understand what he's saying, because he's just essentially just saying,
my
I'm not looking at the
point
evidence. So go
is
ahead.
that the balance of the bank account is where all of the secrets end up landing. Okay, you can't dismiss the balance of the bank account because, oh, you don't understand how I felt about this purchase, or this, I needed this, I didn't. All of the secrets are told, so you can't dismiss this on the same merits as some incremental tangential item of some non-import. Okay, this is where all of the data lands. It's not just some data point. It's not just my thought and my graph and my thing. It's where all of the votes land. Okay, I didn't think this up. It's not this point versus that point. That's literally the net outcome. Okay.
Well, now just as I've heard
holds...
you, just because I've heard you out, and I want to make it very clear, I am not dismissing, because you said that a couple of times. You're dismissing the graphs and stuff. I'm absolutely not doing that. And so what's showing me is that you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm accepting your evidence as true, even though I'm not sure if it's true. That can be bullshit. You could have made that graph, for all I know. I'm accepting. Hold on.
It's not mine.
But you're not listening to me, because I just said I accepted it as true. I haven't verified that, but I'm accepting what you're saying. I don't know who you are. I'm accepting what you're saying is true, and I'm saying even if accepting it as true, you're not looking at any other context to it. You're saying look at this one point, and then other people in this space have given you more context and say, well, hey, Didn't Trump tell people to vote? And then you just admitted that. You said, yeah, I understand that. And I understand Democrats voted heavily in mail-in. So it would make sense that if mail-in ballots have to be counted after Election Day ballots, then you would expect that, and more Democrats voted during mail-in, then you would expect a
To
rise.
some
Hold
extent,
on.
yes. To the extent that's visible,
I
no.
specifically did not interrupt you. But you can't stop interrupting me, even though I'm trying to make my point. So what I'm saying is that even all the context that people have been giving you to the reasons why that happened, it didn't only happen in swing states, it happened in other states too. Some states Trump won, some states Trump lost. But then, even we get to the last point, the context of it. Okay,
But Nate, can I just say one thing real quick? It also happened for Trump. Look at the nest.
No, that's what I said.
Trump also had vertical lines.
did happen
As
for
they
Trump.
counted mail-in bounties for different counties, some of them were heavy for Trump. Some of them were heavy for Biden. This happens.
But with the
And it happened for both parties.
But this argument is just saying, well, look at this one piece of evidence, which I've accepted as true, and say, don't look at anything else because this proves my point. And I'm saying that alone doesn't prove your point. Only thing it does, it shows that there may be, now if you're saying there's a mail-in ballot issue and all this other stuff, maybe we're getting there. But then the overall point is that, hey, even if I accept this is true, then I would also have to accept that there's a massive nationwide conspiracy in states that are unrelated, Trump states, Biden states, everywhere, where this also happened to. And I know that you don't
What
want
about
that
Santa Claus? What about weapons of mass
You don't
destruction?
want to take that.
Right,
You don't
okay,
want to
guys,
take that to the
one
next
second.
level. Only thing you want to do is
Okay.
pretend, but I understand. I've made my point.
Okay, thanks for that, Nate. Yeah, guys,
Can I
just
make
another
one
point. Yeah, one second, Heather. Sorry, I want to go to Brick, but just before I do, guys, we mentioned it earlier, but please do it. I'm not sure if Nick's managed to get all the funds for it, but for everybody else, subscribe to Mario's Twitter. It's only $1, and essentially there's going to be sub only spaces, and they're going to be fire because we're going to have special guests. Maybe Nick might join you guys, but we don't know. It's possible. Also, guys, there's comments. Make sure you do your comments. It's bottom right hand side. And I am going to read a comment out and ask Brick the same question, which is, so basically, until numerous people involved in rigging an election decide to blow the whistle on themselves, we'll probably never see an election rightfully challenged. Brick, bring this back to the KARI Lake case. What's your thoughts? Is it that we're never going to have, if she's not going to win because we're not enough, we're never going to get a scenario where there's enough legitimate whistleblowers? Brick, go ahead, bro.
Well, yeah, I think one thing we can agree on, first of all, just going back a little bit, Tira is correct that the Texas case was dismissed on lack of standing. There were things that were declared to be moot, but it was definitely dismissed on lack of standing. But if we look back at 2020, just to preface before I talk about this most recent thing with KARI Lake, I think we can agree that people have still a deep-seated distrust of what our election process has come to be like. And I think that they're distrustful of that because they can't see all the parts of it. It's not transparent. It doesn't behave in the way that some models say it should behave. And certain things about it, such as mail-in ballots, which were sold to the public as a way that you could conveniently vote from home or vote early, and the sanctity of the vote would be protected because the officials would compare the signatures on the ballot to your signature on record. And boy, that sounds great. That means good. Everything's going to be fine. Those are going to be valid ballots. And people went along with that. So I think what we're seeing right now in Arizona, just on the one case, the one action that KARI Lake has been allowed to, to put forth in this latest trial, people are getting a look at the sausage factory about how signatures are actually being verified on ballots. And it doesn't look pretty. When you can see tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of signatures being verified in less than 3 seconds using software in which you have to actually scroll up to see, when it initially displays a signature, and then you have to scroll the page down so you can look above it to see the comparison signature, and then scroll back and then accept it. There's no rational way that anybody should believe that those signatures are being matched appropriately in a time frame of an average of 3 seconds. Now, some of those signatures were matched even quicker, some of them approaching 1 second of viewing of the ballot versus a signature. And in the case of Maricopa County, while they did have a publicly accessible area where the signature matching process was taking place, there were actually up to 100 individuals who were able to work in other rooms, closed rooms, or even from home, work remotely to verify signatures in which there was no validation or observation of the process. So, I think that signature verification is something that really is incredibly weak, and that people are seeing that. What's not being, the Kari Lake's case is not being dismissed on the basis of, they're not saying that, oh, well, all that verification was valid. That's not what's happened. It basically dismissed for other reasons. But people are seeing that, hey, in your mind, you have a picture of what signature verification looks like. It doesn't look like someone who was trained for a week, sitting at a desk, reclining in a chair, and pressing a button as fast as they can as new signatures come up on a screen. I think we can all agree that that's not signature verification. So, what I think needs to be addressed is looking at that. And nobody mentioned, although Nate was talking about ceding 2 states and saying, what if I give you those 2 states? Nobody brought up the other thing that happened in many of these swing states, which was the amount of private money that was basically thrown at voting districts, in some cases with strings attached. Basically, hey, we want to help you run your election this year. Here's money to help you set up drop boxes in these areas. So I'm not somebody who thinks that the 2020 election was completely on the up and up. At the same time, I think you could look forever in the ballots that were cast, run them through the machines again, and you'll always get the same total. I think personally that the weak link is non-verifiable ballots being introduced in the system via drop boxes, via untended drop boxes, or via mail-in. And I'm not going to be able to convince anybody of that, but at the same time, it'd be very difficult for everybody for anybody to convince me that every single ballot, or even not just that, there wasn't a statistically significant portion of ballots submitted in, say, Wayne County and Detroit, or in certain counties in Georgia, in which those ballots were, in fact, not actually cast by voters. We know, for instance, in Wisconsin, that entire nursing homes voted en masse for Democrats. That's just an example. Of course, that's an anecdote, but that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. So, what I'm hopeful for Kari Lake's suit is that by continuing to progress, even if she never wins the lawsuit, which of course I hope she does, even if she never wins the lawsuit, by bringing attention to the way the ballots that are received via mail or drop off ballot boxes are processed, and signature verification will make enough people realize that that does not work, that we will all seek unilaterally and from both parties to try and make our elections more secure and find ways to do that. And whether that's curtailing the ability to drop off ballots, whether that's reducing who can do a mail-in ballot, whether that's making the signature process verification much more robust and accurate, whether that's instituting voter ID, there's all sorts of things that can be done to tighten up loopholes in the existing state election laws and to enhance integrity of their elections. And I think that there's a lot of people upset on each side, but the bottom line is we should be trying to make the elections more accurate, because right now there exist loopholes that can be exploited.
And Brian,
Yeah,
I mean,
so
thanks for
I
joining
want to
us.
bring in Dave.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to bring in David real quick, because David DM'd us, said he was involved in the Arizona audit, and was in private meetings that had to do with Wisconsin and the election cases there. So David, thanks for joining us. Give us a little bit more information on that.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for having me on. I want to thank Brick for what he just said. It was beautiful. But I am intimately involved in the Arizona audit. Liz Harris is here, CanCon is here. They can both verify that with you. I actually created affidavits that I had a gentleman named Josh Barnett send to Karen Fan at her house, as well as Steve Chukri. If you remember, Steve Chukri from the Board of Supervisors actually came out, went against his attorneys, and said that he was willing to do an audit. He's no longer in the Board of Supervisors, but he did step up. He was the only one. Karen Fan, Senate President, actually returned communication with us after we sent her an affidavit, as well as Donald Trump. And what ended up happening was is we taught her using the law things that attorneys were not telling her, and it's some of the same things that I'm hearing attorneys say to you guys right now today. Uh, just to give you one really quickly, so you can understand where this is happening. And I was also involved in helping Carrie Lake get standing after she lost her. She got her first case kicked out for no standing. I looked at her documents and I saw that the standing was wrong, and it seemed that attorneys almost purposely made her standing wrong. I can present the documents to you guys in the bubble so you can see that everything I'm saying is true. You can see where they changed her status. They gave her the wrong status, which would not get the right to go to court, and then they would kick her case out. I also saw the Republican attorneys do the same thing with Donald Trump's affidavits. I created 127, I'm sorry, I created affidavits on November 4th or 5th, right after the election in 2020. And you will see that 127 people gave affidavits to Karen Fan to go along with the documents that we gave her in order to force her to come back to work and to investigate the election. Attorneys told her it was impossible. We used their own Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure investigative section to show how the legislature had power to do subpoena. So when they did those subpoenas out of session, that was us directing her. You can go back on Odyssey and see the videos where we're teaching the people how to do it real time. You'll also see around January 7th, Katie Hobbs asked for on the Twitter drops for a account to be killed. I was actually instructing the legislature on how to do the audit, and on January 11th, my Twitter was killed, so I had to get a new one. But in the midst of all this, attorneys keep telling us this is really a lie. It's an omission of truth. They say, listen, you have to prove so many ballots were invalid and overcome the amount of the election being won by. First of all, based on the fundamental principles of law, everybody can get this book. I'll share it if it's okay. It's called uh, A Collection of Maxims by Charles A. Weissman. In America, they have not taught us in our schools the state constitutions, which show us how to hold our government officials accountable. And they have not shown us the fundamental principles of law that you can see talked about in Virginia Constitution, in Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 1. Every government official swears to follow them, but nobody knows them. Now, in the maxims, it tells you that you don't have to try to prove fraud when you have government service doing wrong. So the way that we got the audit in Arizona, you'll notice that Karen Fan would not say the word fraud, and people got mad at her. I said, Karen, do not say the word fraud, because if you say fraud, you have to prove that somebody did it, which means that you have firsthand testimony and evidence. So if you notice in Carrie Lake's case, she first tried to say there was intentional misconduct or fraud. And then what happened was is she asked for expedited evidence, and the judge denied her. You can't say that you want expedited evidence of something that you know happened. You should already have the evidence. So to claim fraud was the wrong thing, because in law, and they don't show us this, and you can see this in Virginia Constitution, one of the first Bill of Rights, you see where it tells us that the government officers, public servants, are simply our trustees and servants, and they are at all times amenable or accountable to us, not every 4 years, not every 2 years during election, at all times. So when the people have an issue or think that the nation is going into a wrong direction, the people have a guaranteed right in order to correct the state, to alter, reform, abolish the government. You can see this in the Bill of Rights of Virginia, section 1, 2, and 3. You'll see where it says we have a 100% guaranteed right to remove everybody involved if we wish, or change the Constitution to block what's being done wrong. Now, the people who came before me, the gentleman who was the lawyer, he made the statement that if he conceded and said that you could have two states, that it still wouldn't win the election. That's actually untrue. Because if two states cheated, or even one, and did not follow the law, the maxims of law tells us that form is a necessity. So if the government doesn't follow form, it nullifies the whole proceeding. It's fatal. If the
So
people,
just on that, David. Sorry, one
yes,
second, David. Just on that. So basically, what you're, I mean, and actually, let me go to Can on this. Can, a lot of people have told us to bring you up because you were following the Arizona case. Is that right? Con?
Can.
Okay, he's not
Must
there.
be 420.
Sorry? Okay, sorry. So let me ask you the question, David. So David, specifically on this, I get the whole point about the hypothetical that they're talking about, but based on your understanding, how much of a strong chance does Kari Lake have if she takes this to the Arizona Supreme Court or even the U.S. Supreme Court?
Well, the problem that Kari has is the choices that's being made for Kari are not constitutional challenges. So, for instance, she's doing what's called an election challenge, right? Now, what happens is when you do these statutory election challenges, inside of the statute is the remedy that you can have. So attorneys have written the law to lean toward what it is that they want. It's a biblical concept. Luke 11:52, Jesus tells us, "Woe unto you lawyers, for you hide the key of knowledge." So when people are trying to figure out how to get remedy, the lawyers are not telling. Now, to prove what I'm saying, we know, if anybody who's been watching, that the bar associations across the nation said that anybody who helps with election audits, they will take their license. Now, that's not just a threat. We saw it happen with Sidney Powell going to court. They tried to take her license, and several others. So this is something that happens. So with Kari Lake, when you do an election challenge, you only have so many remedies. The real approach that Kari should have taken, or still can take, she can open up a state case and just demand that the state prove that there was no maladministration. Because if you look at, for instance,
Okay. So let me get Tira back on that. Tira, you got your hand up. What's your thoughts on what you said?
First of all, could you please provide us with any evidence that the state bar associations are literally saying we will disbar anyone who does an election challenge? Could you provide us?
Okay, here we go. Did you watch
No,
the
I'm
case?
asking you to provide evidence. You can put it up in the nest, okay?
It's been out on video. I will have to
Yeah,
go
you'll have to go
pursue
and
the
check,
video, but
right?
this is
But
this is
I want
no, I don't have to go check.
something.
I heard it. I'm a first-hand witness.
Yes,
I'm a first-hand
right. I
witness.
see. Great. Number two,
Yeah.
all right, Kari Lake has made her challenges. She has made her choices of law. I do think her attorneys did a poor job, but I do not know what evidence was actually available to them, etc. I don't see, I mean, I think what you're about to
So
say.
you haven't seen evidence? Is that what you're
No, I
saying?
watched the trial, so I saw what was
No.
presented.
Have you seen evidence with your own eyes? Is what I'm asking you.
No, I don't.
Because I have. I've seen Jovan Hutton
Can I ask
Tulister's
you one
evidence.
thing?
I've
And
seen
I'm
the
not,
ballot.
this is not really a diss or any kind.
I'm not an
You're not
attorney.
an
I'm just
attorney,
one of the
right?
people.
I didn't think so.
Heck no. I'm just one of the people. Because you know what? We, the people, actually wrote the constitutions when there was no bar association. Did you know that?
Listen.
You know, the people write the constitutions, right?
Actually, it was old white men who wrote the Constitution who were landowners at that point. That's who wrote the Constitution.
Are you sure? It was just
young white.
Well, they were young white men.
Too.
That's true. They were young at that point, but that's who wrote the Constitution because those were the landowners at the point.
So they're people, right? So they're people. They weren't bar association
what does it
members?
matter if they're white men? Like, should they all have been
excuse me, I was just pointing
because
out.
everyone is racist. That's why we're all racist.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just pointing out.
My question is,
listen, I think you're making a
was it
claim on
regular
some
people?
natural law claims. I don't know what you're saying, but I do not think Kari Law can go. I don't think Kari Lake can go in and open a court and sort of basically say, okay, prove to me the election was valid.
You're talking about what you think. I'm talking to you about stuff I've done in real life that I can post in the chat bubble right now. Kari Lake couldn't get standing in Arizona from her attorneys. Trump couldn't get it in like 600 something cases. I can show you the document I wrote to Kari Lake. She gave to her attorneys, And there's people on this call right now who can verify that she said she gave it to her attorneys and we saw her get standing. And I used the regular law from the Constitution. Would you like to challenge that?
I'm not going to challenge that you helped her,
Because I'll swear
and that
to it.
maybe
You're interrupting me.
sorry.
You're interrupting with
No,
what you
I was
think, though,
actually
ma'am.
asked.
That's not
I was
fair.
actually asked to speak. You're actually interrupting me, sir, because Suleiman asked me to speak. You might not remember that, but he did. So here's the thing: I am not at all doubting that you have helped, and that her argument about standing was poor. I didn't read. I wasn't aware of those cases. I haven't read them. I know nothing about them. But if you're trying to make the claim, and I thought we were getting to this point, but then, I'm not sure that she can just go in and say, okay, as a public servant, you have to prove to me that the election was valid. I don't think that's going to work.
Okay, well, ma'am. Okay, so in Georgia Constitution, is it an inherent right that the people have a right to regulate government, that they have automatic standing in courts if they can just demand that they show how money was spent, how a law was used, or if a process was followed? Is that in Georgia Constitution and the Bill of Rights right now?
I have no idea what's in the Georgia Constitution, sir.
See, this is the problem,
No,
man. You
I
have
just
no
read, you
idea
just point.
about inherent rights in
No,
our
you're
country,
saying
and
that there are inherent rights. They're sort of natural rights, and they're.
Ma'am, I'm saying what your forefathers wrote. White men in America, what they wrote. I'm a black man telling you what white men put on paper. I'm not arguing. I'm not debating. I'm telling you what's written right there.
And what I'm saying
Now,
is you cannot.
You could go look.
You cannot go. You will not. I do not believe you have to. You have to bring a case under
Ma'am,
law.
belief is
you
not what's
have to bring
important.
a
What does the
case
law say?
under law. And
Kara,
in this
stop
case,
talking over a black man.
Excuse me, Heather.
Wow.
Was that
ma'am,
Heather?
the Constitution is the
Wow,
law,
weird.
ma'am. Is the state constitution not a higher law? Is
The
the state
thing is,
constitution not a higher
when
law?
you bring an election law case, it's brought under election laws. Okay, I do not believe
Ma'am,
that you
is
can
the
bring
state constitution higher? Is my
the
question.
state
Because
constitution.
you're saying things that you really don't
No,
know.
that's not
Is the
true.
state
You
constitution
have
higher
to
than the
bring a
statute?
case under election law. Now, you can make claims that election
Is
law is
the state
unconstitutional.
constitution
I'm sorry.
is the state constitution
I have
higher
not.
than the
Listen,
statute,
why don't
ma'am?
you show me any of the cases that have been brought not under election law, but just as a general sort of, hey, prove to us that everything
Okay,
was
here we
done
go.
right.
We can start with this. We can start with the Supreme Court case that just crushed all the ATF cases, all the ATF power. You look at the Chevron deference doctrine, where attorneys and bureaucrats are allowed. They used to be allowed to come in and say what the law is based on their rules and statutes. And then you see that the Supreme Court just knocked it down across the country. There's been like 10 cases in a row where the Supreme Court has come out and said that the people can have ghost guns, the people can have guns with no serial number on it. They can make it at home themselves. That's not normal, ma'am. It's based on the historical basis analysis,
No.
which
If
comes
we're
from the
talking
Constitution and the
about
common
gun
law.
laws, what the Supreme Court has said is that the Second Amendment right is somewhat unfettered. It is only subject to the laws that were in effect or the limitations that were in effect at the time the Constitution was enacted and or the 14th Amendment. So what the court
That's called the common law, right? That's called the common law,
court
right?
has
The
basically,
American
in
common law.
this particular case, said the Second Amendment
Uh-huh.
right is so powerful that there is no strict scrutiny. There's no standard like that. We look to see if restrictions are valid by looking at the laws in effect at the time. That is not the case
Yes.
for.
So attorneys who've been using that all this time have been wrong, right? Because they've been going against people's rights based on statute, like you're trying to claim is important. And the Supreme Court says, no, you've been wrong all this time. Now, it takes somebody to challenge with the Constitution and historical basis to make that happen. So when you're dealing with an election case like KARI Lake, I used her status, correcting her status from being a member of a committee who doesn't have the right to run for an election in Arizona to being KARI Lake in her own proper person, which is an inherent right for her to be able to be elected, and then she got standing. So when you're talking about statute, ma'am, and you're trying to tell me how things will work with a case and with a statute, if you have not dealt with these things and you don't know it, you haven't read it, and you're telling me clearly that you haven't seen these things, you're guessing.
Can you tell?
And
Can
I'm not
you
guessing.
Can you point me to an election law case, not a gun case, but an election law case?
Ma'am, law is law.
No, no,
It
no,
doesn't matter if it's election,
it
gun,
does
or
matter.
anything.
It actually does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Because
No, it
election
doesn't.
law is
No,
a
it doesn't.
different can
Okay,
than gun laws. Okay, than the Second Amendment.
Let me help you understand something very simply, ma'am. The law has fundamental principles that don't change. So before the first case that is a big gun law case happens, the judiciary is preceded by law and constitutions. You can find that in Charles A. Weissman's work on his maxims. You can find that the judiciary is preceded by law and constitution, which means what the people state is what they stand on, not what a judge says to confirm what they stand on. You're looking at the law literally
No,
backwards.
David,
What
what
the
you're
people
doing
wrote.
is actually what you're suggesting is that you're
I'm
proposing
using
a
the law.
novel legal theory in terms of election law.
Ma'am,
Now,
ma'am,
if you
ma'am,
have
I got the
proof,
audit. I got the audit in Arizona.
if
I
you
got the
have, I
audit.
don't
I got
care
the only
because the
audit.
Arizona State Senate, et cetera, was biased in terms of that audit, right? I mean, we all know
Were you
that.
there? Were you
Oh,
there?
stop.
They didn't even want to do it. What are you saying,
Listen,
ma'am?
what
They
I'm
didn't even want to
saying
do
is
it.
that is not a legal case. Present me with the legal
Ma'am, that is a
case.
legal
No,
case.
it's
Wait,
not.
wait,
This
wait.
is the
Hold on.
Arizona Senate.
Are you saying
Okay.
that the legislature handling their business, a political matter, is not a legal case?
It is,
A
you
legal
just
matter?
said
Are
it
you
was
agreeing?
a political matter. That is correct.
Yes. The
But they're
state is a
biased,
ma'am, the
David. So
state
even
is a
if the
political
judge
association.
ruled in favor of Carrie Lake, Tira would say that the judge was biased. So clearly she has a bias of her own
Wait,
that
I'm
she's
sorry.
not
What are you saying?
willing to
Heather, what
admit.
did you just say? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Please say it again.
You said the Senate was biased, right? So like basically if they actually come out, if a judge actually came out and like agreed with Carrie Lake, you would probably say they were
No, I
biased because
wouldn't.
you're not in the
No,
business.
that's not true. If a judge had said that Carrie Lake had
Right.
provided the evidence in this lawsuit that she just lost,
Mhm.
I would have agreed with that because I would have said, okay, the court looked at the evidence and they made a decision. I might have thought maybe,
Wait, ma'am,
okay,
did the judge
So
not say that when the media came out and said that Carrie Lake's claims were a bunch of phony and false things, did the judge come out and say, no, I did not say that her claims were false and that there was nothing there? The issue is that the claim she made, there was no evidence of the exact person who did it to prove that these things happened. That's not, the judge didn't say none of this stuff happened.
the judge we're going through this again. Okay. The judge said that she had not proved that Arizona had not engaged in signature verification. Okay. In fact, two of
Ma'am,
her witnesses
that's
basically talked about signature verification that they had done. Okay. That's why the judge said.
Can you repeat the words you just said that the judge said? Because I want you to hear yourself in what you just said. Because Carrie Lake, like I told you in the beginning of the call, her team made the wrong choice of what to go after. You don't say there was no signature verification because you can't prove it because you weren't there. See, the government cannot be what's called inadequate. Look in the chat bubble. I post something from Virginia Constitution that tells any government in the nation, whenever the government gets in the danger of maladministration, which is what this is, when you're not administering your government duties correctly, the people can remove you with no judge, no court, no nothing. That's in the law right now.
So the people can just sort of say, I'm removing Katie Hobbs because she's not doing her duties.
They can remove
So
the whole.
why?
They can remove the whole government
Okay.
and change the Constitution
So
right now.
why, in fact, are they not doing that if it's so clear that
because they haven't heard this yet enough. Not enough people know about it. You didn't know about it. You didn't read what was in your own state constitutions or in the state constitution. I had to tell you, and I'm challenging you to go look. But it's in the state constitution. I put it in the chat bubble. It's in Virginia Constitution Section 3 of the Bill of Rights. It tells you that whenever the government becomes inadequate or in the danger of maladministration, they don't even have to maladminister stuff. They could just be in the danger. It says that the people have an indubitable, that means it can't be questioned, indefeasible right to alter, reform, or abolish any government at will, at any time, however they think expedient.
So David, let me ask you a question on that. So
yes, sir.
how would the people go about doing that? Because obviously, not obvious, but the argument is that actually the people, or maybe the majority of people, elected Katie Hobbs in. So how would you go about doing what you said?
It's not the majority. What it is that things have happened to make it look like it's majority for the media to say it, but it's not the majority. I'll give you an example how you can tell. If you just
No, so
look
just tell
at
me. No, I get that, David. So
okay, I'll tell
explain
you
to
how
me
to do
in
it.
this,
So
just
how to do it.
specifically in this case. Yeah.
1776, the people came together, discussed what their rights were and what the king was doing wrong. The king had a bigger army. The king had money. They literally came together and decided that they were going to declare that they were going to be independent.
I just want to specify because I want to make sure that people understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So in today's context, who would be the people that would come together?
the people are just the regular
Good
citizens.
point.
So
Yeah.
the
But
PCs are
how
coming
do they
together.
do
How
it?
would they
That's
do
what
it?
Like
The
we're like
how
hold
do
situation
on, let me
in
can I explain
1776,
please?
you
Like
get
we're
you get a
on
group of
like we're
badass
like
patriots come together, you write down the new law, new constitution. Declaration literally says when your government becomes so corrupt that it threatens the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of its people, that you have the right to alter, abolish it, and institute new
yes.
government. That
So
is a
right now
fact. So
we're
all it
assembling
takes.
we're
Yep,
assembling
I
right
agree,
now.
David.
Right now we're assembling right now. Now the thing is that Mario has a huge platform. We are assembling now, discussing law. And I can see out the corner of my eye, my phone is going crazy with people following because they realize I'm telling the truth about remedy. So if
Wait,
the
you
people
have
come
not. If
together,
they,
we
how
can
do they?
do
Who are the people who come together, and how do you prove they're a
the
majority?
the
How do you
the
prove they're
people
a
are regular
majority?
re- regular Americans are the people.
But how do you
Three
prove they
percent
are
of
the
the
majority of the people in the state?
I don't have to prove. We just come together, and whoever has the most are going to win.
So
It's that
it's like
simple.
you
I don't have
count
to prove.
off. Is that it? I mean, really?
So it's a.
Why do I
I
have to
mean,
count,
what is
ma'am?
the.
The people who are going to come to deal with the issue are going to come, and that's what
Wait,
America will have.
David. I just want to understand your point.
We'll do
So
it with
the
mail-in
people.
ballots, Tara.
So David, you said people come together and they have to be
Yes.
the majority. So, and how would you find out that who are the majority that vote, wouldn't they?
Well, it is very simple. So, like when we wanted to audit in Arizona, right? We came together as the people. We met at MTech Center, and the people started approaching the legislature. The number of people who were there who wanted the legislature to do an audit were able to get the legislature to do the audit. There was more people who wanted to do it than people who did not want to do it. So
No, but I
anytime,
get that, David. I know how a majority works. I know how to calculate to work out what a
Well, look,
majority is.
'cause at the
That's
end
not
of
my
the
question.
day,
No, what
look,
please
about
help me understand more clearly, sir, because it seems like
look,
you're asking
yeah?
me, how do you
I
know
get
who's
it.
the
I get it.
majority?
I get it. I get it. Let me like add to this. I think what they're saying is like, so in theory, right? Like in 1776, right? Those
Hmm.
original patriots that signed their death warrant, basically, and were like, we're going to form our own nation. We're going to declare our independence. They were met with hostility, right? But
Hmm.
ultimately, the majority ruled. The majority came out on top. They won the war, and that's what
So are you
happened.
saying a
If
Yes,
war? Are
ma'am.
you saying
Arizona, what I'm
an
saying is,
insurrection? Is that what you're
I'm
Ma'am,
saying,
I'm
David?
saying
why did you skip
no,
everything she
no.
said and go straight to
Let me
war?
finish
I don't
talking,
understand that.
Tara. I'm saying that if people in Arizona, if a body of people in Arizona got together and said, you know what, we want to declare our independence from this government, or there's already talks of like national divorce among other states, right? This isn't
Hmm.
exclusive to this region of the world either. It's like the Brexit and all of that stuff that happened. Like people can decide not to be a
No,
part
but
of a
Heather,
certain
that's
establishment.
Heather. That's why I'm asking, because Brexit, as an example, so I'm from the UK. It happened based on a referendum, which was a vote of the people, and the majority of people at that time voted to Brexit. So the reason I'm asking this specific question is, if you're gonna calculate or tabulate who are the majority, let's take Arizona as an example.
Yeah, you could
You're
Hmm.
hold a new
essentially,
election. You could have a
exactly.
nonprofit
So
that says, "Hey, we're gonna everybody show up on this day if you want to branch off and declare independence from freaking Katie Hobbs." And then everybody could usher in there and put their name on a piece of paper. And if you get the majority of people in that region, then why not allow it to
Yes, all
like
you
let the
have to
people
do,
thrive?
Why
all you
hasn't
have to
this
do is
so
happened
give,
then? If this is
all
the
you have to
simple
do is give.
solution.
It did happen, ma'am. That's how we got America. All you have to do is give legal notice of what you're doing. Ma'am, you might laugh, but I'm giving you real
I'm
facts of real
saying
life. It
specifically
happened with
for
it
Carrie
happened with
Lake's case.
it
Why
happened with
hasn't this
prohibition too.
happened?
It hasn't happened with Carrie Lake because Carrie Lake is using attorneys who have been taught like normal attorneys who don't understand the maxims. That's why I can open up the maxims with any attorney on this call and dare them to challenge me on it, and none of you guys will stand up to me. None. And I'll let people read from the book
So
while you get in there.
David, that's fine, that's fine. Look, I just want to understand what you're saying. I think I
Okay,
understand your point. So
can you just ask them
can
to stop so you can ask me and I can engage you and then I'll shut up. I'll answer what you
yeah,
want
yeah.
and I'll shut up.
I'm just gonna relay what I think you're saying should happen, and then just correct me if I'm wrong on some aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
So if so, based on what you're saying, what would happen is you'd get a scenario where people would come together in Arizona. There'd be some form of voting. What you don't need to call it voting, but there'll be some form of way of figuring out who the majority are. if the majority make the decision that they want to separate from the United States or separate from Katie Hobbs, so would this be like a separate region from the United States, a separate region from Arizona? Am I getting that right? Please explain.
No, sir, it's completely wrong, and I'll tell you why. People will come together. You were right in the first part. But remember, in America, we actually don't have rulers. The people have all political power. Article 2, Section 2 of Arizona Constitution. You can see it in Virginia Constitution across the country. So we don't have a king or a queen. So because we are the ones in power and they're only servants, when we don't want their service, we can send them back to the private realm. If you look at John Locke's work, you'll see it in his 2 treatises of government. He tells you that when the government gets out of line or they're going against their trust, the people can send them back to their private work because they have had a breach of trust and they are no longer in agreement with the will of the people. So if the elections, and he says this in section 114 to 121, he says if the elections are ran in a different way than what the people allow, the government is dissolved. He
Okay,
says that.
David, I get it. So I get your point now. So essentially, again, just let me try and rephrase it. So you're
Yes, sir.
essentially saying the people come together, they have essentially another vote, and if the vote is in the majority, Katie Hobbs is basically usurped, and you basically can put somebody else in place as a leader.
Not usurped because we are
Well,
the highest. She's just
yeah,
usurped.
I get it.
We can. Okay,
She's
can I tell you exactly how it goes?
one second, David. Don't worry about the terminology. Okay, she's removed, whatever you want to call it. She's removed, and someone else is put in her place. Is that right?
And not just Katie. Anybody who we want, who we're not happy with their service because they're just servants, can be removed on the spot, and the people can hold new elections so that somebody can be picked with a civil process to tell who's going to be in office.
I mean, that sounds like a strong argument. That does, David. Tira,
There is a
what do you
recall.
think?
There's something called a recall.
Why is the people not following? Sorry, Tira, let me just ask a question. So why? I mean, David's come out with a very strong argument there. Why isn't Katie Hobbs' legal team, or why aren't they going ahead and doing this?
Isn't Katie Hobbs doing
I've asked
this?
her to, sir.
Because Katie Hobbs is the governor.
I mean, sorry, Kari Lake.
Okay,
Kari Lake.
listen.
Sorry, Kari
Here's
Lake.
because there is a recall provision in Arizona. So after 6 months in office, you're allowed to recall. So that would be the procedure used. I assume if you wanted to do this,
that's one procedure, ma'am.
I really,
that's
it
not
is
all.
really hard. Okay. I do not think what you're proposing would fly legally. I understand that you're suggesting that somehow these inherent rights trump any sort of state constitution, etc. But the reason
they
why
are the state constitution, ma'am.
why
it's hard to
David,
divorce
let finish.
the reason why we have we have our country is because there was an armed insurrection. Now, you're not saying that. You're saying that people just come out and all of a sudden you come up with some procedure and then it's all done. You have a procedure.
Are you calling patriots insurrectionists?
There was what I'm saying is you had a
I know.
war.
Are you calling the founders
ma'am,
of our country
there was a war.
No,
sorry, bad
no,
language.
They just declared independence, ma'am. They didn't make war. That didn't happen. They just declared
independence, and they were aggressed upon, and they defended
Nobody started
themselves.
a war, ma'am. That didn't happen.
Fine. Okay, listen,
please forgive me for jumping in, but that didn't happen.
David, I don't think what you're suggesting makes sense to me, but I really,
ma'am, you just told something that wasn't true, though. You just said there was an insurrection. All they did was declare their independence and said, we don't want to be with them anymore. And then England came over and attacked America. We didn't start a war, ma'am. That's not being honest. You shouldn't do that to the people.
You know
because
what?
These are God-fearing people looking for answers. You should not tell.
To take back what I'm going to.
You really don't know your facts.
But Joa, can you talk? This is crazy. This is just crazy.
Well, ma'am, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I don't want to because it's
I just
like
want
it's nonsense.
David, let Joe speak because we've got.
Yeah, it's just absolute nonsense. Like it's like nitpicking at these little things. It doesn't make a lot of sense, to be honest. Like you're talking about legal case the way most people who aren't lawyers talk about legal stuff. I'm sorry, I don't even know what to say here because it's like I feel like I'd rather talk to a wall right now.
Okay, you could do that.
Okay, let's go for all source. I don't think
I'm available. I'm available, Joe. If you want to talk to me, I'll take that as an endorsement conversation.
Yeah, you make sense though.
Okay, Brick, because he wants to talk to you. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so like another problem. The last time I was speaking, I was talking about how people are becoming basically disillusioned that the controls that are there in elections are actually being run properly, and that the elections are as secure as they should be. But I think that, many of us, we may not be lawyers, we may not work in election law, but many of us do have experience in business or in some sort of process. And what I'd like to get at is that there's also a lot of people just feel that there isn't really a way to audit any specific election that just transpired in a timely and effective manner. And I'm not saying that every election all the way across America needs to go to a full audit every time an election is held. Certainly, there are some. Many states have a margin where if the margin of victory is within a certain percentage point, that triggers a certain mandatory recount and things like that. What I'm talking about is more like a process audit where you want your elections to be functional, you want them to be airtight, you want them to work perfectly. Why are we not, after each election, examining all facets of the election to see if, in fact, everything was on the up and up and everything went according to plan? So if we go back to 2020, which I don't really want to do because we're going to be, I'm not going to talk about whether or not, I specifically just want to mention that it was not really possible to timely audit many of the results in the various states where being challenged. There just really wasn't a mechanism in place that you could do this. And I think, honestly, I think it should be like automatic. I think that there should be a fraction, a percentage of each precinct, of each voting districts within a state in a federal election that at random or, gets audited, or perhaps, each party can challenge one district or something like that. I don't know what the solution is. I just think we do need something that is a more robust audit of a, and not just robust, but also quicker, faster. One thing that happened in Maricopa is after the election was over and Maricopa County is going through the process of verifying signatures, Kari Lake's team was already requesting certain information about the election, and the Maricopa County just said, "Well, we're not going to do anything until we finish counting signatures." And then it took them a while to click all those buttons, but eventually they got through with it. So, if we look going forward at what I really want to have from Kari Lake's lawsuit, I want her to win. I want her to be overthrown. I want her to be put in as governor. Failing that, I want everybody to see just how inaccurate signature verification is. And beyond that, the other things that she brought up in her lawsuit that weren't heard in this last case, I would love to see those actually heard instead of being dismissed on a standing basis. I think we all agree that we want elections to go forward and the electorate to have trust in the process so that we don't get bogged down in these discussions ad infinitum forever. And so we need to find a way to make future elections be trustworthy and verifiable.
Amen.
Yeah,
Hey, I
Brick,
just want one.
to
I
your
have a question
point,
for
to your point,
Kira.
Brick.
I have a question
Do you
for
want to talk
Kira.
to the break? Yeah, go ahead, Joa, and then I want to go to Altos.
Actually, Joa, I want
Yeah.
Joa and Kira to answer this question.
Go ahead,
If,
Joa.
hypothetically speaking, you, honest to God, if you both were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the election was stolen, right, and that the people occupying that office were corrupt, in bed with bad people, so on and so forth, how would you then fix that situation?
Heather, like what Brick was saying to me, like rings true to me, right? Like, did you guys have reason to believe that there was possible fraud? Yes. Looking at some of the data, it's possible. You should raise a flag and be like, what the fuck's going on here? Right? And I think we should do that as Americans. But then when you start to actually dig into things, just because it's not perfect doesn't mean it's fraud, right? Most of us have never done anything perfect to a T, right? It doesn't mean that it's fraud. And yes, there should be better ways to verify signatures, but are they mostly verified correctly? Yes. Did we see? Like I even posted in the Nest. You look at the donations in those battleground states. All of them went up after the first debate for Biden. A lot, not a little bit, a lot. They all spiked, right? And I understand why certain states you're picking on. If you look at the numbers, they were states where the donations were mostly going to Trump, and then he lost the lead for the donations after that first debate in August, right? And things changed, and people are like, "Wait a minute, the whole state was for Trump. What just happened?" Right? And so that you're going to raise questions and try to make ties that I believe don't exist, because I'm looking at people donating and saying, "Okay, there's reason to believe that state did go this way." And sometimes I'm very convinced, like recently, and I hate to bring this example up, but recently I was saying all meme tokens are all shit tokens and they're horrible for the industry and everything else. And then I spent 8 hours digging into a certain one. And I'm like, wait a minute, this actually doesn't follow any of the normal protocols of why I judge them as completely horrible. Right. So yeah, raise the flag. Yes, there's an alert. I think that's what everyone on this panel does well, is like, hey, something doesn't make sense here. We all do that really well. And then some of us on certain subjects might get it wrong, and some on certain subjects they might get it right. But we can't just keep going at it like with these things, and then you have to realize where certain data comes from. There could be people who signed affidavits could be politically motivated. We could see the dress that's gold and white instead of seeing the dress that's blue and black, because we saw it from a different angle. I did an ad in my history where there was like a young girl bending over a car getting money from an old guy, right? And then the cop pulled up and he thought it was prostitution. It was a guy giving money to his daughter, right? Like, depending on when you take the snapshot, it does make a difference if you know the whole story, you don't know the whole story. And I think at one point we got to say, hey, when this happens, when I dig deep enough and I can't answer these questions, like, okay, yeah, I still have my doubts, but I can't prove them. Let it go.
Joe, the problem with elections, though, and I appreciate you saying that yes, people shouldn't continue to be gaslit, that when they do see an issue, they should raise it. But with elections, there should be a higher standard. It can't be mostly count the signatures properly. In Kari Lake, for example, you have 250,000 ballots approximately that have to get counted, verified the signatures. Let's say, for example, even 90% are counted properly and 10% aren't. You're talking about 25,000 votes in a race that was lost by
Cal,
17,000.
think of it this way: it's going to happen for both, though. Like the
Yeah, but that's not
probability
an
of
excuse.
miscounting a vote for one or the other, they're
It's
going to
not an
actually
excuse, though.
cross them out.
Except
Let me
except in the
let me
case of
ask you this
Arizona,
though.
except in the case of Arizona, the mail-in ballots were preponderance of mail-in ballots were not from Republicans. So yeah, I would agree with that statement that it would cancel each other out if there was an even distribution of mail-in ballots along party lines, but there was not.
And Brick, not only was it mostly Democrat mail-in ballots, but the people who voted on election day were disenfranchised and then gaslit. Well, you messed up. You guys didn't harvest and do mail-in ballots. You shouldn't have voted on election day. Yep. Which, by the way, elections should only be on election day. We shouldn't have election month. It should be election day. But we're conceding. Let me just finish. We're conceding way too much when we talk about elections, and that they're mostly counted correctly, and there can be a little bit of fraud. Why do we accept that? There should be no fraud.
Man,
I'm not saying it's fraud. I'm just saying they're not perfect, right?
Okay, I'll concede.
But
not fraud.
There's always going to be a margin of error. There's a margin of error in any statistical analysis. There's always a margin of error. Always.
So I used to
So
work.
I'm not going to say it's perfect, and it never will be perfect.
Well, what about the fact that they did?
Let's find out about it. 1 second, David. 1 second, David.
Okay.
So I want to just go to Garrett Archer. Thanks for joining us, Garrett. I know you are involved in the, and if you can explain or elaborate what what your position is and how, in terms of the elections. So I know you were involved in it in Arizona, because I remember at that time I was actually keeping up to date about what was happening in Arizona through your Twitter feeds. But anyway, please tell us what was your role in the elections and the campaign.
Yes, hi, my name is Garrett Archer. I'm a reporter with ABC 15. Before being a reporter, though, I was I was a elections official with the Secretary of State's office. So I am intimately familiar with many of these processes that are being discussed.
And
On some
so,
of the
I
things,
mean, what's
yes.
your thoughts on? Oh, sorry, yeah, but continue, please.
No, please. No, you please.
So, what's your thoughts about? First of all, what's your thoughts about the Kari Lake's claim in the first place that this election was stolen, the ballots weren't counted? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well, I believe that I'm going to defer with the court ruling on that, as far as what was ruled. However, what I will say is that when it comes to sort of some of the arguments that, uh, for example, the signature. Oh, I'm going to start with ballot injection, because that's one that a lot of people, because signature verification is is something that's being discussed. Ballot injection is something that is required for signature verification, for something at odds with that. So what what people may be missing is that in Maricopa County, as well as other counties, we are electing some upwards to 70 plus contests, and that means that our elections are subdivided not just by precinct but also by municipal districts, other districts that don't follow political jurisdiction lines that are redistricted. That means that there are 16,000 different ballot styles
Garrett,
in one election.
Garrett,
Yes,
sorry,
I know this is in
Garrett.
the weeds.
Yeah, no, we love it, but the only problem is your volume is really bad. It's really hard to listen to. I try to fight through it, but it's
Okay,
very
let me
echoey and it's breaking up.
okay, sorry about let me do it this way. Sorry. So the ballot styles, there's about 16,000 ballot styles in Maricopa County, and each of those is assigned to an individual voter, and so
We're having the same problem again, Garrett.
okay, sorry.
I can say what he's talking about though. What's going on with Maricopa County and the election styles is unlike maybe some of you live in a state where you have a local precinct and they have a list of who can vote at that location. They have the ballots ready for you, and it's only that one ballot. Anybody in Maricopa County can vote at any voting center in Maricopa, and the ballot on demand is printed for them based upon their, what contest they should be voting in. And so that's what he's talking about, all the different ballot styles. That's why they have to be printed on demand. And you can make the argument that, gee, that's perfect and that's really convenient that you can vote anywhere you want to at any location. But you also at the same time have to admit that it does create a certain amount of complexity into the entire process. It certainly introduces an element of variability, and that element of variability is something that was on the showcase last election in Arizona.
Garrett, your volume is really bad and it keeps on unmuting. Is there any way you can sort it out? If not, we will. So yeah, if you can sort it out, we'd love to come to you and get some more information from you. But in the meantime, let me go
Actually, can I
to.
ask a question to Brick, though, Suleiman, based on that
Go
point?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brick. So my question, though, about that everything you laid out, the complexity of Maricopa County, et cetera, because I understand it. The question I have is: was this a new procedure that was done in Arizona, or is this how specifically Maricopa County, or is this how Maricopa County has always voted? At least for the last couple elections, decades, years. When was this implemented?
Okay, so I'm not a resident of Arizona. I do live in California, but I know that this is a relatively recent change for their voting style. I'm sure that there's people here in Arizona who can talk about it, but while I was over there doing volunteering and door knocking and stuff like that, I spoke with many people who said that it was relatively new. This is not the way they'd always done it. There was a change away from precinct counting, not just in balloting. Basically the technology to print these ballots was a relatively recent introduction, along with a shift away from counting the ballots at the precinct level and shipping them to a central processing facility. So there's a lot of moving parts in Maricopa County elections in 2022 versus, I'd say if you went back 10 years, it would be completely different.
And the reality is you have a lot of people in here that talk. I mean, Marion Solomon, you guys do crypto spaces all the time. You know what I mean? What are you talking about when you talk about crypto? You're talking about diversifying liability, decentralization. All the moves that have been made in Arizona and in a bunch of states across the country are towards, ultimately the end goal is a federalized election, but they're slowly moving that way with centralized systems, centralized tabulation, centralized aggregations of the cast vote records, all going that same direction. And it seems nobody seems to care that when they add complexity and they make more errors, that, you know, there's no accountability for that. It should be at the local county level who administers and counts the votes. And that's one of the main problems we saw in Arizona.
But so I guess but who instituted that change? And I guess, and David, I know, I mean, Garrett, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
But
elected
Garrett's
officials
going to
in
pull over in a
Maricopa
few minutes,
County
so he'll
did.
be ready. But anyway, go ahead, Brick. Sorry.
Yeah, it was the elected officials in Maricopa County. I mean, you know, it was basically, I don't think it was. I'm not sure if it was. I'm going to have to do some research here. I'm sure certain aspects of it had to be put to the electorate, but certainly state laws had to be changed. They had to operate within that framework. I do not know everything you're asking about, but it was not as if the people of Arizona rose up en masse and said, we want decentralized elections. We want everybody to be able to vote wherever they want. That's only a Maricopa County thing. Not every county in Arizona does that. Maricopa County does.
And this is one of the things.
So
This is one of the
Just some
reasons.
breaking news, guys.
Sorry.
Sorry, cut Charles before I go to you because I want to go to Archer as well. But just some breaking news. In terms of Mario subscriptions, Nick has finally subscribed. He raised the funds. He got to $1. He subscribed. But if any of you guys want to subscribe, then press the subscribe button. We will be doing subscriber-only spaces, and we are having some exclusive guests, some major guests coming in. So make sure you subscribe and be part of that subscription service. Archer, I'm not sure if you've parked up yet, but if you have,
I have.
no,
Is
if
this
you have,
better?
just unmute. Oh,
Is
it's
this
much
better?
better. It was painful
Okay.
before.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So I heard someone say that this is a new phenomenon in Arizona. It is not. Vote centers have been used by several counties for more than for at least a decade. Yavapai County, Mojave County, two of the most Republican counties in Arizona, have been using and employing vote centers for quite some time. In Maricopa. Although what I was talking about with precinct parts and ballot styles, that's not really that's not a function of vote centers. That would happen during precinct voting as well, because you still have these precinct parts, these municipal districts, county islands, school board districts that do not follow political jurisdictional lines. So the point I was making is that every one of these ballot styles is attached to a person who is a voter, and at the end of the election, there's the cast vote record and what's called it's a EV34, I believe it is, and that's the voted file for Maricopa County, and that file has an associated ballot style to it. So you can roll up both of those files and say, okay, how many ballot styles do we have per registered person that voted, and how many ballot styles do we have in the cast vote record? And as long as they reconcile, you pretty much have your indication that no ballot injection was possible in the election simply because of the reconciliation of those two files. That is a massive security mitigation of the election, the way that we do things here. Another thing I heard someone say about an hour ago, someone was talking about the line, the line of I guess the quote unquote fraud meme. I did track 2020 by batch, and before I got on here, I checked what Arizona looked like at about 30 minutes before or after polls closed. Biden was up 330,000 votes to Donald Trump at the beginning of the election. And as time went on, because we tabulate our votes early, our early ballots are done first, as the election day ballots came in, that is when the election started to shifting towards Trump, to getting to that 11,000 total. So that's another example of as to why that particular Arizona sort of shows that's not could not have been really the case, especially in Arizona. There was no 3 o'clock stop where things changed because it started with Biden and then Trump sort of showed up and started gaining on him.
So, and that's an excellent point because I think that there's other states that follow that model. There's some states, I think a lot of people are used to election day voting first and then mail-in voting. That example, I think, is very important because Ohio does something very similar where we saw in 2020 Biden was winning Ohio, and then because all the early voting was counted first, and then we had the election day votes, and then Trump absolutely won. But so, David, Garrett, I have a question here on specifically. I think that, and Brick mentioned this. The changes that, and I don't know if you might know this on the top of your head. I guess there were some changes to how Maricopa County and the other counties kind of tabulated the election, ran a disability to vote in other precincts, etc. Do you know on the top of your head what year that changed? Was that a 2020 change because of COVID? Was that a change prior?
Are you
Do you know
talking?
on the
You're
top of
talking
your
about
head?
the. Are you talking about moving to more the centralized count from like precinct voting?
No. What he's talking about is the precinct model previously in Maricopa, whereas the ballots were assigned, or the individuals were assigned per precinct level, and then Runbeck installed and implemented the ballot on demand style in Maricopa County, whereas what you're speaking of now, an individual can go to any precinct,
Sure.
any voting center, and have a ballot printed on demand. Why was that done, and when was that done exactly, in your opinion?
That was done in 2018 in Maricopa County. That was the first election with a vote center.
Are you sure about that? I thought that was
I'm
done after
It is
2020.
2018.
No, it
I
was
can
not done after
confirm that.
2018. And one of the reasons it was done, and again, this is just one of the reasons. You don't say that this is all the reasons, but for example, there was a case. It was Andy Biggs versus Christine Jones. It was the recount case, and one of the things that Christine won in that election case was that people who, at the time, people who were out of precinct voters were being required to vote provisionally. And our provisional ballot numbers were through the roof at the time. And so when that change was implemented, our provisional ballot numbers dropped like a rock because we no longer had in precinct. Anybody could vote anywhere essentially at that point. So that was one of the reasons that was changed. But don't quote me on that being the entire reason, of course, because there's a lot of complexities that I'm not wholly aware of.
Yeah, sorry, you broke up there.
Oh, I just said that was one of the reasons that the change was made. Was because of the out of precinct voting. People were having to be assigned provisional ballots simply if they voted. Like I have a vote center a mile away from me, but then if I accidentally went to a precinct 2 or 3 miles from me, I would have to fill a ballot. And so this change was implemented so that would not be the case any longer. And I could just vote there. Now, of course, that means that a lot of those votes are tabulated at central count. They're not used. At the time prior to the vote center model, each of these precincts would have their own tabulator. Once we move to a vote center model out here, they do have some, as you saw, obviously on election day, there are ICPs assigned to the precincts that are surrounding the vote center that are in-house. But then if you vote, if you cast your ballot in Gilbert, but you live in Mesa, then it's probably going to go to ICC, which is the.
You're just breaking up that guy a bit.
I'm sorry. I was just explaining how.
I think I think that's an excellent point, that because of the concerns of provisional ballot, because that causes further issues with counting the vote when you just have a substantial amount of provisional ballots.
Can you just finish? Can we just hear him finish that? He stopped at ICC. I just want to hear the rest of that. You were saying provisional.
Oh no, that's where I stopped. That's where I started. So in the current model, there are certain. If I vote at my vote in that precinct, there is probably there is a precinct tabulator in the vote center for my precinct. But say, for example, if I'm in that vote center, but I live 20 miles away, then that's a situation in which I believe that my tabulator, my vote will be sent to central count, which is the MECTEC tabulator. And I
can go to any precinct and get my ballot printed, but that precinct can't. The ICC, the tabulator, can't count any style ballot. So that's why it's going back to central county.
That's my understanding. And again, I could be wrong because there's a lot of complexities, but that's my understanding.
And this is why I said earlier that the Republican AZ state legislature has this crazy position that there is no problems with our elections and that they're going to choose not to do anything whatsoever about all of the obvious problems that we have, from voting centers to signature verification to chain of custody to public records requests regarding election data. This is all on the Republican AZ state legislature, but they're just throwing their hands up and saying that they're not going to do anything about it. And so
But Christian, if I may ask you,
Garrett,
now that we've seen this through two consecutive significant elections, and Arizona is one of the battleground states that will decide the presidency, we're going to watch another stolen election again in 2024. And we're going to be having the same exact conversation.
But Christian, I have a question on that. I have a question for you on that, because from what Garrett was saying is that the first time this changed, the first election where this happened was the 2018 election, where Doug Ducey, I think, won by over 15%. Right. So this was done in 2018. And yet we didn't have any issues in 2018 when the Governor Ducey won by a landslide by all standards. And so my question is, why 2018 there was no concerns about this, but now in 2020 and further, like now there's this massive concern about this when in 2018 Republicans won.
There were concerns about this, but we didn't have an audit. We didn't have somebody like David Jose that was pushing the legislature concerning this, or other precinct committeemen on the ground now pushing the legislature. So that's why this didn't come to a head until now.
Yeah, why didn't we hear about that? Why didn't we hear about train derailments until East Palestine? You know, it's the same type of thing. It takes an occurrence to bring this type of stuff into the public eye and consciousness so that it gets looked at. It doesn't mean this thing wasn't happening beforehand. It just means wasn't a focus, and now it is a focus, and deservedly so.
Yeah.
What about too? Can I say one thing real quick?
Second, let me just go to Garrett. Garrett, go ahead. You were going to say something? Sorry, you just need to unmute your mic, bottom left, Garrett.
Sorry, if I may remind on the audit that the paper was counted, and the results that were given in the paper were not dramatically off from the official results. And this goes back to what I'm talking about with ballot injection. So the only way for the physical paper to be off is for ballots to be injected into the system. And as I stated before, that is, and I will never use absolutes, but it is extremely difficult to do.
Hold on, Garrett.
Sorry, that was my wife calling.
They're not inspecting paper ballots. They're sitting at a centralized machine looking at images.
I'm addressing the audit specifically. The audit did in fact count the paper.
But again, the audit, because the county refused to comply with the legislature in regards to the audit, and then we had people inside the legislature, or excuse me, inside the legislature side of the Republican legislature, deciding that they were going to settle with the county in the middle of an investigation. That's why the county, that's why again, the audit ended up showing what it showed, because they never were properly investigated down to the T, down to the routers, down to the physical equipment. That was not done. That was not done.
Okay, but as I said, they counted the paper. The routers, regardless of any argument you're making about the routers, they counted the physical paper.
No,
Mr.
they
Archer,
made
Mr. Archer, you have an
they made two
Mr. Archer, you actually have an issue.
They made two settlement agreements in the middle of an investigation of the election. So I don't care if it showed that Biden had 6,666 ballots more. What matters is that there was an audit that was being performed. The county multiple times refused to comply with the audit. They were scolded by the same judge, which is over the current the Kari Lake trial that was just decided again. And the county was scolded for not complying with the legislature, but the legislature decides to make this quasi settlement and basically hand over the whole candy in the store instead of forcing the county to comply with the audit.
Let's go with Garrett. Garrett, have you got a response for that?
I mean, I don't know what to say. They counted the paper. So regardless of what you think about, what the county should have done regarding a settlement for the routers, the fact of the matter is the paper was
No, it
counted.
wasn't
And
just the routers. It was the signature
Christian,
envelopes, Garrett.
Christian, it's still the paper.
They agreed
Christian, but
not
that
to
goes
check
back
the
to what I was
signatures,
saying
Garrett.
when it comes to the ballot injection. So one of the things you have to remember is that Arizona is a voter registration ID state. So we have a situation here in which all of our voters are basically pre-verified as citizens. And so and the vast majority of them have on file signatures based off of MVD records. And so you have to believe that a massive forgery operation is plausible or feasible in order for the signature verification to, have a problem, I guess is the way to put
it. And Garrett, I've seen those DMV records, and those DMV records don't even require a person to state their country or state of birth. So Garrett, so I don't want to hear it about whether or not the paper was matching or not. The only thing that matters at this point is that the county was under an audit. They refused to comply. The legislature made 2 different settlements on 2 different occasions. They let the county off of the hook. Fast forward to 2022. Lo and behold, oh my God, they're actually approving all these ballots without doing a proper signature comparison, or we can get into semantics about what the law says about comparing or matching the signature. But the bottom line is, we know for a fact now that the county thinks that they don't have to properly compare the signatures to see if the ballot is valid or not based on the signature that's on file along with that signature envelope.
Hey, let me weigh in too here, because the crazy thing that people don't understand, imagine if your bank was ran the way that Maricopa County's elections have been run the last 2 election cycles. Would you still bank there if people were writing checks off of your bank account but not checking the signature? Would you still bank there if ATMs had cash wide open and vaults had cash wide open with $20,000, dollars going missing here or there? And I can tell you, as somebody that used to work for a bank, they audit every single piece of paper in there at least twice a day. And there's chain of custody documents every single time somebody accesses those ATM machines, which is what drop boxes should have been run like. So why can we run banks with that level of professionalism, but not our elections, which, in my opinion, are probably more important than your bank? Like, this is deciding your country. It's deciding your interest rates. It's deciding who controls all of these important facets of life. Yet look at how this election was run, not just in Kari Lake's election, but in Donald Trump's and in previous elections. How are these people still running the election when they've been proven negligent year after year after year? Why have they not been fired?
So Heather,
Heather,
Like,
you have a
you
good
do.
point, Heather. You have a good point, but you have 2 different parties that want 2 different things when it comes to elections, because restricting voting helps one. If you open up voting and make it actually easier and more secure, which would be super easy to do today, especially using the blockchain, they don't want that, because I don't think Republicans would ever win again if that happens.
Joe, who's they? Because in the last election with Kari Lake, Republican voters were disenfranchised by voting centers, long lines, not being able to vote, having to do provisionals, then yet goes to adjudication, ballots printing on the wrong size piece of paper, specifically in those precincts. Like, what does that even mean that accessibility somehow helps one political party? It shouldn't be about political parties. Like, how do you tell people that they should vote on election day when in the last election you were just told, oh, you should have voted mail-in ballot, and that's why the lines were so long? Like, how do you fix that?
And let's
You
clarify
can't
here.
pinpoint. You can't pinpoint one. You can't pinpoint one problem that happened or two places and say that's countrywide. That's the norm. It's not. It's obvious. And if you look at what Republicans have tried to push through versus what Democrats have
Voter
tried
ID.
to push
All you're
through,
talking about is voter ID. That's all anybody talks about.
it's
New York
not
Times
only
this
the
morning.
voter ID,
Wait,
dude.
do you
It's
want
also
somebody
the voting
accessing your
centers in the
bank account
cities.
without showing ID?
Well,
I mean,
hold,
think
hold,
about it.
But
We honest to God, we need to run our elections with the same level of professionalism that we run a bank with. And
But
like
just on that, Evan.
Maricopa's not the only one. So in Georgia, there was chain of custody paperwork missing for hundreds of thousands of ballots. Think about that for a second. Would you do business with a bank that they were just letting anybody access hundreds of thousands of dollars? Would you keep your money there and trust that bank to keep your money safe? Your ballot is your currency, and it should be treated like your currency. If you don't trust the people running the election, if they're missing chain of custody documents and they're, machines are going dead on election day and signatures aren't being verified and all of this stuff is going on, this should outrage everybody. And we should not be allowing those same people to continue to run elections in the future.
And just to Heather's point,
So let me
Georgia's a
just bring in
perfect
one
example.
second,
One thing,
Charles.
Sullivan,
One
hold
second,
on, one
Charles.
thing real
I'm just
quick.
gonna. Oh, go ahead.
In
Go ahead.
just one thing. In Georgia, we have video evidence of during their paper audit, you had people sitting there telling the elections officials, hey, these ballots are fake. I see these signatures. I've seen this name 3 times. I've seen this signature 3 times. What should I do? Should I put it to the side? And they were told, it's on video, this is not the time to bring up issues with signatures. This is the time to just count the ballots in front of you. And there's multiple instances of this. So people who have seen that, now even in their mind, when you talk about, oh, all the paper was counted, first thing I think of is my mind is that video. You have an election supervisor telling people, don't worry about the signatures, just count the ballots in front of you. And that happened in Georgia.
but Cole, can I just respond to that just quickly? There are certain people who can't really identify signatures, right? There are people who specialize in that, or people who kind of know what they're doing. They've been trained. And if you have people who are not trained in identifying, matching signatures, even if they say the signatures don't match, it really doesn't matter, right? There are people they have that actually match the signatures.
It wasn't a matter in Georgia on the videos I've seen about matching signatures. It was about duplicate signatures, duplicate names, obvious, egregious. I mean, it was a 60-year-old couple and one of them sitting there going, this is insane. I've seen this name 5 times. You know what I mean? I've seen this handwriting, this signature a bunch of times. You don't have to be an expert to recognize duplicated ballots. And people have seen that. That's all I'm saying. They see in Georgia, oh, we had mail-in ballots that are sitting behind an elections official that are in boxes with no folds in them, pristine, clean looking. How do you have a mail-in ballot sitting freshly printed in a box that you didn't even know you were supposed to count yet? People have seen these things and it just disenfranchises them from the whole system. And that's a problem. I want people to vote. I don't want people to sit there and get blackpilled saying, oh, my vote doesn't matter, because ultimately that's the worst possible outcome.
But but again, it's like, okay, if there's problems with the voting, there's a process to address it. But every time so it's like every time.
But there isn't a process. There isn't a process. Look at all these counties that have issued FOIA requests for the cast vote records, for example.
But it goes okay. But again, it's. But I feel like it's always like, for example, like earlier it was mentioned, well, they didn't count the paper ballot, and then Garrett said, well, they did, and it's like, well, then it's not. And then like, okay, well, we go to court, and then the court says, no, this isn't true. Like your arguments and your claims do not have any factual. Regardless, some of the cases I can acknowledge were dismissed purely because of standing, et cetera. But there was a lot of cases that were also adjudicated because of evidence, specifically this one specific case about KARI Lake that she against Katie Hobbs in the last election. And they said no. I mean, the judge flat out said there is no evidence whatsoever of what you produce brings here that can suggest that the election should be overturned in any way, shape, or form, or there should be an election again. There is no evidence for this. And so the mechanisms that then it's just like, well, like no matter what standard, it's always like whatever the measure that is adjudicated for elections, whatever is put in place, it's never enough.
The
And I
court,
think
Because
that's
that
the
the
wasn't
court,
enough.
problem.
the
That case
court is
wasn't
not the
enough.
proper venue. That's the problem.
And
The
court is not the proper venue. And in
legislature,
that
the
case,
the legislature is the proper venue to address these problems. And as I stated earlier ad nauseum, we have Republican state legislatures. Case in point, the AZ Republican state legislature is not doing their job. And then even when I pointed this out earlier, you had somebody on stage. It's like, well, tell me what specifically they need to do. Well, excuse me, the legislature, they're in office to do the will of the people. It is their job to figure out
But when you're saying the
wait, one
legislator,
second. It is their job to figure out the roadmap, what steps, what process. They need to figure that out for themselves. And if they can't figure that out, then they got to go. That's who needs to figure this out. So I don't like it when people try to say, well, why don't you tell the legislature what they need to do? No, they're up there to do the will of the people. They ran to be in charge of the election. As a matter of fact, the legislature sits on the diocese in Arizona and says, we're in charge of elections. The elections are on our shoulders. We have the power over the election procedure manual. So there is, and then you have the legislature literally using the power of the purse over the AZ Secretary of State, and then at the same time saying, well, we don't know if it's constitutional to compel the county to follow the law with their state shared revenue. No, it is constitutional. This is the legislature's job. It is not the court's job. The court cannot rewrite the law. The court cannot fill the holes in the law. The court cannot go back and correct what was done wrong. The legislature has the power to do this.
so hold on before I
But
answer. I
the
know Red Devil,
legislature
you
has
wanted
this
to go ahead, so go ahead,
expectation
Red
that
Devil.
they're going to be going in there and having a director of elections in Maricopa County and these other counties that are actually going to be doing their job, actually going to be following the law. But the issue with Maricopa County specifically, and I just dropped this up in the nest, we have documents on Robert Scott Jarrett, who's the director of elections in Maricopa County, that he's received bribes from the Sinaloa cartel. So he's not actually working for the people like the legislature might expect him to. And so we have a deeper problem, a bigger problem that the legislature and the courts and everybody, every American needs to start to address and start to deal with. And that's the fact that our election workers, people in the legislature itself, people in our courts, people in our government in general are corrupted and working for the cartel. So
yeah, but Red, you
I
don't
wanted
have
to
to go
make that
down that
point.
far. You don't have to go down that rabbit hole. As Christian said, the legislature can fix these things. And the problem is, by the legislature not acting, what happens is take ranked choice voting, for example, which if we do that, I mean, talk about
It's over.
unauditable
It's
elections.
over if
What
ranked choice
happens is
voting
there's
happens.
loopholes that aren't written against that. They're not enforcing the legislations that they have or the legislative power that they have over elections. So they use these loopholes and say, well, there's no specific legislation written to prevent this particular style of voting. Therefore, the county takes it into their own hands and usurps the legislator implementing these methods. And that's happened across the board. That it's not just, this one simple case. And just one more thing. Also, in regards to the last KARI Lake election, that was never going to go anywhere. The judge's burden was that no level 1 signature verifications took place. So by KARI Lake's first 2 witnesses being presented that were whistleblowers, coincidentally saying, oh, yes, I did it to my best of my ability at level 1, it was over right there. They made the mistake of not combating that and not combating that standard to meet. Walking in having to meet that standard was a losing case. It was never going to go anywhere anyway.
So wait, so you
Well,
you agree with the judge's ruling, correct?
Well, if the burden is to prove that no level 1 signature verification took place, obviously there was 150 people working there, 40 of which were on level 2, the rest were on level 1. Obviously, some people went in with good intentions and did the right thing, but that goes back to the other point, which is it has to be all people. It has to be every single vote. You can't mostly do it because these elections are lost by such small numbers. We're talking about 17,000 votes, which even just on the signature verification, that's less than 10% of the total signature verification. So it can't just be, oh, we're going to do this mostly right. It has to be all right or nothing.
Hey, wait, we should hear from CanCon too. He was over there waving, and he's done a lot of writing and stuff on
I
this.
brought him up and he
Yeah,
didn't
and he
speak.
looks like a Harley guy, so let's bring him up.
And
No, we
also
did it
Clay is
before.
an elections, Clay is one of the most known election systems experts that you could have up here also. So
Yeah, cool. I mean, we did bring him up before and he didn't speak, so we had to remove him. But so I'll Brick, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna reiterate. Very rarely do I malform a sentence to say she's taking it as far as she can. So that's all. That's all I meant to say. I'm not saying there should be anything beyond that. Okay. But also importantly, she did announce that she is going to begin a ballot chasing and ballot harvesting program in Arizona, which is something that didn't previously exist. And I can't remember who said it, but somebody said it a while ago, that another, if things aren't going to be corrected, then another election is going to get stolen. Well, I think that one thing that I can say that Democrats do exceptionally well compared to Republicans, at least in the states where I've observed, is they do a better job at making sure that people take advantage of early voting and mail-in voting and in-person early voting and ballot drop boxes. I think that if Republicans, by and large, adopt those same tactics, again, I'm misspeaking, something must be wrong, maybe I need some sleep. If they adopt those same tactics in the states where they are already legal, I believe there's every reason to expect that Republicans can be successful at the ballot box. Now, personally, I would love to see one day of voting, not multiple weeks, paper ballots, precinct level counting, voter ID, and mandatory audits of sections of the electorate, and also a reduction in the amount of people who qualify for mail-in or absentee ballots. Now, that's my personal preference. It's not going to happen, but that's what I'd like to have happen. But so in the states where ballot chasing and ballot harvesting is a legal tactic, Republicans need to adopt them. And it's kind of counterintuitive because at the same time we're using those tactics, we also should be trying to prevent them from spreading to other states and other locations. And when possible, we should try and roll back some of them as far as we can. So say, for instance, you hypothetically have a state where you can vote in person early for a month. Maybe that should only be a week. Things like that.
Right, let me go to Claire. Claire, people have been asking for you to come up, so I'd love to hear your thoughts and what you know. Specifically, were you part of the Kari Lake War Room? Is that right?
Yes, I was at the initial trial or the hearing that they had when they were trying to implement count 2 and count 3 to see if it was going to go. Because honestly, Kurt and Brian were going to throw me out there if it was available by the judge and let the defense ask me right there to see if count 2 was worthy of going forward. And so I know the plan, and I'm going to state to everybody here, I've seen the evidence. I've seen all the data from the PRRs. I've seen the videos. Now, there were technical issues with getting evidence, and it's so convenient that it always happens with Courtroom 2 at Maricopa as far as getting the videos uploaded. So what I will tell you is there is evidence that the verifiers were clicking through while looking 2 cubicles down and talking and joking. So, and I know what the judge said. He changed what the Supreme Court had said and put further restrictions on it. Now, I'm no attorney, but that makes it better for us on appeal and to go forward because he did make it so stringent, saying no. And people can argue about the evidence of, there were a couple of people, but there were 155 total. And again, I'm not an attorney, but I think in the legal sense, when a task is to be accomplished, no matter what the task, it has to be done with competency. You just can't set people at a desk clicking at a computer and saying that you did something when they really didn't do the task. That's not competent. And I mean, you attorneys can correct me, but that's the way I see it. Now, what I will tell you is people talking about the vote center and the models. Here's the one thing, it's like mail-in ballots. There's a federal requirement that when you use a machine and it's a tabulator, and I don't care if it's an ICP2, an ICC, or any of the ENS models or anything out there. If a voter makes a mistake, which is an undervote or an overvote, an undervote means you didn't vote in the appropriate ballot. An overvote means you voted for two candidates when you should have only done one. Whatever the case, it's supposed to return it to you and give you the option to either submit it the way you did it or to correct your ballot. That is not done when they're put in door 3 and sent back or they're mailed in. That in itself is a violation of the federal requirements. So I want to make those couple of points, and I can answer anything on the technical side. So, because for those who don't know who I am the security guy that worked in 3 of the VSTLs for 9 years, right? And I am fully aware of the requirements and all the technical aspects of not only Dominion, ESNS, HART, Unison, you name it, because I've tested over 7 vendors. And so I hear a lot of back and forth.
Clay, will you
And
use
before I give up the mic, I do want to make one last thing. If you think that you're going to ballot harvest and use the current system, you're complying with the current system, and you will never, ever fix the transparency. You will never, ever make it honest elections again. You've got to get away from that. That is not a thing because they're cheating. We're going to try to cheat better because here's the thing. It is not a Republican. It is not a Democratic thing. It is a uniparty against we the people. And that's the way I and nearly everybody else that I know that I work with on this election integrity effort views it. We are about fair, honest elections, period. Transparent to all the people who cast a ballot.
Let me go to Tira. Tira, you
I
unmuted
just,
your mic.
I just wanted to ask one question. I didn't understand what you said about it as a violation of federal requirements. Do you remember saying that? Could you just clarify that, sir?
Yes,
Clay?
in the VBSG, there is a requirement that once you put the ballot in, if it reads it as an under and over vote, right, it's supposed to shoot it back out. It can also shoot it back out if you don't vote because it's your God-given right. If you're qualified to vote in the United States of America and you don't want to vote for anybody and you just want to slide the blank ballot through, you have the right to do that. The machine's supposed to shoot it back at you and say, hey, you didn't vote. Do you want to resubmit it as is, or do you want to fix it? That's a requirement.
Is it under a federal law? Or you're just saying a constitutional requirement? I'm sorry, I'm still confused.
It's the requirements. It's the voluntary voting system guidelines. And here's the thing, because the constitutionality of the way we vote, that's authorized to the states, right? So that's why they're voluntary voting system guidelines. But if your state constitution, right, or any of your bylaws state that you're going to follow those, then you're under your state's law and requirement to do it. And in the case of Arizona, they're required to follow that standard.
Gotcha.
But
okay.
I just think that, again, I'm just going to go, and I know, and CanCon, I'll push this to you, but I just like my response is like, because there's just always this thing about the legislator, like, okay, the people who determine the constitutionality is first of all, even people in this room admit, even Republican legislators are saying, no, this is not legitimate. Like, it's time to move on and just continue on with the process, right? Like that's it. So your own legislator and those legislators speak for their constituencies, and if you don't like them, then you can vote them out and they're in the next election. But that's number one. And then two, but I just feel like to Clay's point is like, dude, the courts consistently have ruled in these cases and consistently have shown that there is not a case of this widespread conspiracy of voter fraud. But with that being said, Cancon, I know you've been waiting. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so earlier when Garrett was up here, and if he wants to jump back up here, I'd love to hear his opinion on this. They were talking about counting the paper in the Arizona audit. when Supervisor Bill Gates, who's now the chairman of the Maricopa Board, when they came before Congress, the U.S. Congress, with Ken Bennett as well, both of them testified under oath. One of them testified, being Bill Gates, testified that only one type of paper was used in the Maricopa County election. And Ken Bennett, literally 3 minutes later, testified that at least 10 types of paper were used in the Maricopa election. Now, Maricopa County had to use vote secure paper, which was like an 80-pound paper, had all the markings. Clay can talk more about that because of his research with the fit to print ballots. But the point is there was a problem there. Now, we're talking about, chain of custody and everything like that. The entire chain of custody before the 2020 audit was broken for about 5 hours while a semi truck drove around willy nilly with the ballots in the back. Zero chain of custody. That's neither here nor there. I went out to Arizona as a journalist, and I interviewed 10 people separately that participated in the Maricopa audit. They didn't know each other. Well, they didn't know each other as far as through me. Like, I didn't ask them, hey, do you know other people? I got 10 independent people. And out of the 10 people, the 8 of them that worked on the floor, all of them said the same thing, that they were counting ballots, and all of a sudden a box would come through where it would be 90 votes for Joe Biden and 10 votes for Trump perfectly every single time. And this would go on for, 10 to 15 ballots at a time. So I have a lot of issues with what happened in Maricopa and the way the audit was portrayed. They took out Liz Harris's canvas with James Knox doing that canvas out there in Maricopa, where they had 30% of people who didn't know that they voted from their house, or that they voted, they said they voted by mail and they actually voted in person, or vice versa. People that were saying they got 5, 10 ballots, 20 ballots sent to them. Corners of the highway that they would go where 2,000 people were registered to vote, and it turned out to be a homeless encampment. And one of the people there said, yeah, somebody gave me $5 for my ballot. That kind of stuff that went on in Maricopa. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on to 2022. And Clay will be able to comment more on this, but there were a couple things that came up with that count too, the fit to print ballot. And it's a lot more that came out after the initial ruling back in December. And one of the things that the judge, I just don't think he understood the significance of this, is the fact that they went back and tested the machines on October 14th, 17th, and 18th. It was a Friday, a Monday, and a Tuesday, I believe. And they went back and they tested the machines again. They ran a limited number of ballots through them, and 246 of them failed with that fit to print issue, according to the system logs. Excuse me, not the fit to print issue, with the rejection issue. I'm sorry. And this is according to the system logs. And, furthermore, I wrote a story for the Gateway Pundit before or after the election about the fact that they probably didn't do the logic and accuracy testing out in Maricopa County, because Maricopa County got brand new voting machines after the audit. That was part of the deal when they were doing that special, the special master
Cyber
looking into the
Ninja?
routers. What's that?
Was it Cyber Ninja you're talking about, or?
No.
Okay.
I'll get into Cyber Ninjas in a second, but no, this is referring to the special master that was looking over the former senator that was looking at the routers. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. But part of the deal was that the Senate was going to release Maricopa's funding, which they were putting a hold on, I think 10% of it. And in return, they were getting new ballot machines for the ones that Cyber Ninjas was messing with, or doing the audit on. They didn't mess with them. But anyways, so what this means is when you get a lifetime counter on a brand new machine, the lifetime counter is like the speedometer on your car. It's set to 0. And so when the system logs that were requested by, we'll just call them researchers. I'll let Clay elaborate. And they're showing that only 46 ballots were ran through when there should be thousands of ballots ran through for a logic and accuracy test. That's another major problem too. And then, like I said, the fact that they did this special testing after the logic and accuracy testing, which the machines are supposed to be sealed. Okay, there's no testing after that. Uploading software, no. That's before the logic and accuracy testing. Clay can tell you about that. There's major issues on count 2 that needed to be brought back into this trial to prove that this might have been criminal. And that's all I got.
But why wasn't that brought in trial? Why
Can
wasn't
I
that
make
brought in trial? That's what I don't understand. Like, if your claim's what is true, then either Carrie Lake's attorneys are absolutely idiots, or there's just no fact in the matter. It's one or the.
It
It's
was
one
out. It was out. It was
because
The
outside
judge
the. It
dismissed
was outside
the
the
judge
scope of what
dismissed
was
that
being
count.
heard.
But
It was outside the scope. They couldn't do it again.
it's you guys are bringing a lot of great facts to the, but I'm just going to say it. I think it's all kind of BS, and I'll tell you why. You guys want us to believe that the Republican legislatures are against Trump. You guys want us to believe that even Republican governors from states across the country are against Trump and are a part of this
Nobody's
conspiracy.
saying
And
that.
then hold
Yes.
on, let me finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying. And we're supposed to
No, you're
also
here to suck up
believe
all the
that
oxygen,
it's
Captain
that now
Rader.
hold on. Can I please let me just finish my point.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, dude. This why did he
We
even get
also
brought
must
into the
believe
conversation?
we must also believe that the judge doesn't know what he's talking about. All these court cases that go against us is wrong. Everything, right? And what we get is 200 votes here, 300 votes here. So the end point, it seems like, is that there's no evidence that's going to show you guys, because all elections have problems, right? We know all elections are human. They're human. There's going to be problems. But it seems like there's absolutely no evidence or no proof that would be good enough for you guys to say, hey, you know what? There were problems with this election, and nothing was perfect, but the outcome was all right, whatever. But now you guys seemingly
Yeah.
keep saying that there are all these problems, and then no matter what judge, no matter what jury, no matter what legislature, Republican, whatever, it's always there. It's always, hey, there's something more here. So I'm asking you guys, if you guys are so confident that this was stolen, what evidence from any court, like you're saying, the court, in the Kerry Lake case,
We
either the people that's representing her had all this stuff that you're saying and didn't put it forward, so you guys can just come here to Twitter
we've
and say it's all true and
we've
then not be
already
challenged
told
in court.
So one
So it
second, one
seems
we've
second,
like
already
one
it just
told
second.
you.
seems like
We
it seems
hold
like
on.
this is great for Twitter conjecture, but
No, it's
no
not.
court believes
We've
it,
Uh,
no legislature believes it. The governors, the Republican governors
we've
don't believe it,
we've
all right, let
but
me
already
just
when
bring
you're
in
told
on
Nate.
Twitter,
you.
it
Nate,
seems
Nate,
like
I
Nate,
you
think
guys
Nate
believe it.
probably.
guys, too many people are speaking. Nate, I mean not Nate. Sorry, I've heard Nate's argument. Jonathan, let me bring you in. You said you've got irrefutable evidence, so let's see what you got to say.
So I'm going to tell
Go.
you guys things that are factual. They're 100%. They're in the nest. Nothing is speculation. We know that Garrett Archer, since 2016, has been in the Secretary of State's office from 2016 to 19. That time overlapped for about a year when George left and Hobbs took over as Secretary of State. During that time, David Becker worked directly with Garrett Archer to get the ERIC voting system embedded within Arizona. David Becker is currently under criminal investigation in the state of Virginia and likely to be in other states as well. We saw Texas just drop ERIC today. Virginia dropped it 10, 12 days ago. Another 5 states or 6 states have already dropped it since I first talked about it back in mid-January. There is an open criminal investigation going on. David Becker will be prosecuted. It is very likely Garrett Archer will be prosecuted. Now, during the trial on May 17th, we caught, and this is all there in the documents, I've shared it. You want proof? Here it is. We have caught Stephen Richer opening a back door to the one incoming site being elections.maricopa.gov. Access points created to records were added for the Electomar or Directomar CL, which is the Chilean government, Rackspace, and Cloudflare. There's nothing super jumping off the page about Cloudflare, Rackspace. But Directomar is the fucking Chilean government, which is tied directly to the UN Women organization that Cindy McCain is directly tied to. That is not speculation. This is fact. We can see exactly when they opened it. We can see exactly what they were looking at. It's up there. And we know this isn't the first time that Stephen Richer did this. And if you don't believe me, look at the URL. It clearly says several times maricopa.recorder whatever the rest of the URL is. And we know within the metadata that Stephen Richer himself, somebody in that office had to approve of what was taking place every time it happened. There is no plausible deniability. Going back to October before the elections, Stephen Richer first granted access to 2 companies, Berkeley Oil and Gas, and the Ritz-Carlton residences in Portland, Oregon. Probably somebody doing this from their private residence. All right. Over the next several months, you can see November, there's a ping. There's another ping in December. The one in December is extremely significant because we remember that election month took place in Arizona. All right. KARI Lorick posted her final official Maricopa report on December 21st. December 18th. Richer was November 21st. All right, when they first put out their report, and then a month later, KARI Lorick releases hers. On or before 3 days prior to KARI Lorick releasing her final report, Stephen Richer grants God mode access to the elections.maricopa.gov records. It's up there in the nest for everybody to see. You have read capability, you have write capability, you have
But okay,
wormhole
Jonathan, I have
closure
a question. I need
capability.
to ask you a question on one of the claims you said because because I feel like you're connecting dots that are not there. Your specific claim of the connection with the Chilean government, are you referring it's because it's connected because of the former Chilean president, Michelle Bachelet, who was also the High Commissioner for the Human Rights in the United Nations? Is that the connection you're trying to get? I'm trying to understand that specific point, how this organization is connected in any way, shape, or form to the Chilean government and the UN. The only person I know is Michelle Bachelet.
So we traced the signal directly back to, and you can look this up, 339 Connecticut Street in San Francisco. We know exactly where the signal was coming from.
What signal?
Sorry.
You've convinced me the election was stolen.
I apologize. So I got a phone call. My bad. But the connection comes from former military intelligence, and our personnel are some of the very best in the world. You are free to go and do your own due diligence and look at it and have your own people independently verify.
But no. I need to understand the claim of when you're saying it's connected to the Chilean government.
Outgoing records. If you put, and this is in there, this is in the nest, so you can see directamar.cl is the Chilean government. They are directly coordinated with UN Women. And I have posted the timeline screen by screen so you can see the click through. I type in this website that shows up, who has accessed the database and the records, and then it takes me to this website, and then I'm one click away and I'm on the UN's website that is directly involved with Cindy McCain. Please have your own people tear through it and discredit it. I promise. Please.
No, you're not. Okay. Your connection to because I'm not going to go right now in the nest. It's something you just dropped in this space where we have like 50 people, like all these speakers and everything.
Understood.
But I'm trying to understand specifically is the connection somehow what you're claiming into the Chilean? I mean, the Chilean government, like again, as Henry Kissinger famously said, is a dagger to Antarctica, right? Like, let's be real, what Chile is. But
why are they so important to the UN? Why do they have an office in Washington, D.C., their liaison, if they're so unimportant
because
globally?
Chile is part of the UN, number
and
one.
Cindy
Two,
McCain
the
is
former
as well.
president
As
of
is
Chile,
Mark Kelly,
right,
who was on the ballot in November.
Everybody, okay, all right. The only connection I can any way, shape, or form to connect the dots is Michelle Bachelet, the former Chilean president who became the 7th commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights. But that is irrelevant to this this is complete. You're trying to legitimately Chile has somehow the ability. I mean, this is where it's first of all, Chile was never mentioned when we all heard about 2020. It was Italy and then somewhere else.
Venezuela.
This isn't your grandfather's 2020, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm telling you what the data shows. It's not my data. It's not anybody else's. It's the objective data. Okay? It's a digital footprint. And to verify it and to know we know what they were up to, you can see the permissions granted. It's encoded in the metadata. The scripting language is clear. They wanted this person or persons to have whatever access they wanted to do whatever they wanted. Feel free to discredit it. Feel free to say Chile, like really weird to like as if that somehow matters, the inflection that you say Chile with. We can see that the UN is one step away, and the UN's own Cindy McCain and her McCain, the whole narrative of, well, Kari Lake lost because she didn't, be nice with John McCain or whatever. She pissed off McCainites. Okay, forget that. Mark Kelly, the UN's own,
I
is
still
on the
don't see the
ballot.
connection between Chile and the UN and Michelle.
It's on their
I'm giving
website.
you options to address it. You're saying it's because of the metadata that you just dropped, and that I have no way of right now going through everything. This throw line of
It's in black and
military
white.
intelligence means nothing.
Take as much time as you need. Take as much
Yeah,
time to
why not
We
just
discredit
on
it.
go
a
through
space though.
it?
We can't take it.
Go
We
through it
can't go
and
through it. We're on a space
I
right
don't mean right now, Nate. You know that. I'm saying like do your
Okay,
own,
I'm
like
gonna,
tear it
but
apart.
what I don't. But
All
okay,
right,
when we're
one
saying
sec.
that, I will. I
Also,
just
while you're
want to.
checking that, while checking that, followed. Have you got something to say about this server point he was making?
Yeah, so for Jonathan, just a couple of questions. What exactly are these records that you're referring to? Because I'm seeing references in here to A records, but the A records don't actually match up with the elections.maricopa.gov.
So this is a Maltego transform. A Maltego transform, for those who are unaware, and I'm sorry there's a train in the background. I'll get back in my car so you can hear me. A Maltego transform basically takes a digital footprint of wherever your computer or your connected device or wherever you have existed online within the last however long of a time frame that you run your report for. What that gives us the ability to do is figure out where somebody's been, what they've downloaded, what they've looked at, what sites they've visited, and we can create an actual digital map. So we can not only see the metadata, but we can see it mapped out so that we can see a money laundering operation. I've been in finance 12 years. We used to use these reports to figure out who is laundering money with one or two or three middlemen conduits in between. This is money laundering 101, but you do it with a digital framework. So A wants to send money to C, but we've got B in the middle to lose the trail. This is not difficult. And I'm happy to anybody on this space. We've got a 215-page report of metadata I will share with anybody because
I'll
these
take a look
people,
at it. I mean, I've
yeah,
never heard what you're talking about before, but I have friends that are also in like the intelligence community and stuff like that I can have double check it. But I like what you're telling me. I've personally never heard this theory before, but I'm totally open to looking at your information.
All right, so
absolutely.
define
I
where
see
you're saying that the data
One
was
second.
CanCon
made
has his
available.
Too many people are talking. Followed. Go ahead.
I see CanCon had his hand up, Suleiman, and I know that he's had one of my guys on his show before. That's all I was going to say. So he might have something to add
Yeah, let me go
specifically.
to followed. Followed's got a few more questions. Go ahead, followed.
I'm just reading your post verbatim. You're here saying that the elections.maricopa.gov was made available to 3 different domains of Cloudflare and Rackspace. Okay, that's not a big deal. They're a registrar, they're a DNS provider, they're a hosting, they do all that. The last domain, so what exactly do you mean by elections data was made available to 3 different domains? Because if I make a request to the site, it's still going to be made available on outgoing traffic, meaning that anyone can look it up and you're going to have that data made available to you as outgoing traffic.
Right. So whenever the first thing that you look at when you see a Maltego transform, after you move, you'll see the data map first. All right. Before you get past that, once you move past that big picture, the spider web looking thing, the first thing that you see is links ranked by entity, incoming and outgoing. All right. So the one incoming thing is elections.maricopa.gov. That means data is coming in to these sites, these organizations that are involved in this Maltego transform. And then you see outgoing is the representation of that data being extracted by the users who are accessing this platform. And the outgoing lists, like I had mentioned, Cloudflare, Rackspace, Directamar. That's just one of the many times that we ran the report, or that I should say that the metadata showed a specific script language written for a certain amount of times that they visited the site. So once in October, once in November, once in December, and then twice on May the 12th and May the 17th, in the middle of KARI's trial or right before in the lead up right to it.
Okay, but
Right.
just incoming and outgoing traffic. I'm not seeing anything particularly concerning
No,
or any
buddy.
backdoor access.
It's the records. It says it expressly. They are accessing the elections records. And please do not be disingenuous and pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. It's cut and dry. It says it expressly.
Followed.
Outgoing records, elections.maricopa, multiple times in certain situations.
So how do you make the delineation from?
We should go back to Clay because he was just waving his hand and he's got all the machine technology.
Sorry, Charles, go ahead.
Just before Clay goes, I've seen a few things on this front as well. I just want to be clear. There's this Baltigo.
Can you summarize Jonathan's point in like 2 sentences?
So A records, server configurations, which is the type of servers that are hosted behind a website. For example, you go to google.com, it uses DNS, it transfers that to an IP address. So the way I'm understanding it is, Jonathan's saying that the A records or the server addresses are co-located or co-configured with malicious actors. Therefore, they're going to have some sort of access. The problem is when you start talking about Cloudflare and CDNs and DNS resolution, you just lose. It's just hard to make that clear in layman's terms.
You're absolutely right. Charles is absolutely right about that. I want to make one point here. So because of in the event that you're trying to isolate or triangulate a location or exactly the origin of a signal, then when you're dealing with something like a CDN like Cloudflare uses, then it's necessary to have more points of reference. And the more points of reference that you have in something that says open source sharing like a Cloudflare is then you bring in VPNs that are floating or that may be changing instantly or every however many seconds. You bring in GPS coordinates, you bring in VPNs, you bring in IPs, and basically from all that information, it creates the map by cross-referencing it against each other.
Right, Jonathan. I'm not understanding what you're saying is the irrefutable evidence. What I'm understanding is you're saying that you've got these servers and there can be malicious actors who accessed it, but you don't have irrefutable proof that they did. I mean, if you had that...
No, we have proof that we have... No, let me be clear.
But
we have proof that unauthorized... Who knows who accessed it? But we know they weren't authorized other than the fact that they are from this organization, they're from this organization. I'm pretty sure that, Chile
but what was the intent? Okay, so this is where I think this is, and I'm not cyber smart. So let's go down to like layman terms. They access the website. Let's say everything you're saying, they managed to hack the website, and then so what? Like, how does that translate? Even if what you're saying is true, how does that translate through the website? Were they then manipulating the vote count through a website? Like, that's where I thought the whole purpose of this was I thought first it was like ballot harvesting or stuffing, and then it's almost like everything is a conspiracy, literally everything. And there's not one thing, like if you're going to tell me a conspiracy happened to commit a crime, there's a way you do it. But it's like everywhere you look, there's a conspiracy and they did it every way.
Yeah.
You don't change elections through the website.
So look in the nest, find the picture of Scott Jarrett real quick, all right? If you want something that's going to be irrefutable, okay? Find the picture of Scott Jarrett and then scroll 3 spots to the left, all right? This was during the trial. Maricopa has a history of doing this. They don't like to play nice with subpoena requests. They like to hide data. They like to hide chains of custody. We found out because we keep track of Maricopa's servers and all the Who's
Who's
traffic
we?
that goes
Who's
in
we,
and
Jonathan?
out.
Jonathan, who's we?
My team and I.
Who's your team?
And one of them's on here, Chris Hunter. He said he's been on CanCon Space in the his show in the past. There's about 6 of us. So
No,
we do.
but so you're just an independent team, is it right? Is that right?
Correct. Private.
Okay.
Correct. I'm not
Okay.
a Fed. I'm not Fed posting you, Suleiman.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to understand because listen, your argument is this, and obviously you've just thrown stuff on the net. So obviously we need time to read it. So we're just trying to understand what you're saying while you
Yeah,
randomly
for
copy
sure.
and paste. But the
So
issue is this:
we got. Go ahead.
Yeah. So your argument is that there was unauthorized access to, and so you don't know who it is, but based on supplementary possible information that was happening at the exact same time, you're making the link that it was from the Chile government, or as also as Chile.
Say your question again. So based on the link that people were accessing the database, that we know it's the Chilean. We know it's the Chilean government. That's not disputable.
So as a matter of fact,
Jonathan, sorry, Suleiman.
Go ahead.
If the Chilean government, if any military anywhere in the world wanted to hack the servers in the U.S., they would do so through many different connections, and it wouldn't look like it comes from that government.
Why is that?
Because if they want to hack something, they're going to use different router. They're going to route it through different places and make it look like it came directly from the U.S. You would need to be able to track it all the way back.
Yeah, I saw a lot of this from Christian Anderson when he was trying to do the proximal origins one to explain COVID. He wouldn't have done the virus this way. He wouldn't have, that doesn't mean anything. The way that you think that they do things, or they should have or would have done things, doesn't do anything to discredit or change the fact that this is not data that we implemented. This is not data that we decided to finagle. This is objectifiably their data. And we have here the whole thing becomes completely incriminating when you add the permissions in. That means that somebody in the recorder's office had to go type those commands in intentionally. So you're not just going to have willy-nilly signals. Jonathan, I'll give you read-write access.
Jonathan, we'll have to obviously check what you posted. I'm not going to completely dismiss it just like that, because that would be like low behavior. But at the same time, based on what you're saying, I'm not convinced just based on looking at it without delving into it. And what I mean by that is I find it highly unlikely, although obviously probable, that some foreign government, out of all the foreign governments in the world, it was the Chile government who essentially wanted to impact the election.
No, you guys are getting hung up on Chilean government. You're discrediting the fact that they are very closely tied with the UN organization that we have liaison in Washington, D.C. With Cindy McCain.
But and what so okay, this is where I'm sorry. This is where I don't understand. It makes absolutely no sense.
It doesn't make no sense. Your theatrics are aside.
No sense.
Theatrics aside.
You're telling me.
It makes perfect sense, buddy.
How
this is 1/5 of all the stuff that we have put together, all source.
So you're telling how is the Chilean government expand on that specific point? First of all, the UN is a body that the U.S. is a member of. Breaking news. We are a member of the United Nations.
We have a UN delegate on the ballot in November.
Joa makes an excellent point that when foreign governments that have immense capability for hacking operations will not just hey, here's the paper trail of data that you can tie directly. No, there's ways they can do it, and that's a fact. Let's just not pretend that somehow this is that's not a reality. Just because the data might point something, there's a way that they can have you point the data one way so you look at one way, not another, specifically foreign governments. But the Chilean government, to work for the UN, because they have an office in D.C. Yeah, you know where the United Nations Security Council is based out of? New York. I don't understand this argument that the Chile is connected to the UN, and then the UN wants out of all the
their own website, all source, and for you to act all theatrical and astounded by it knowing that you know what I'm saying is not like unreasonable by any stretch, and knowing what we know about Stephen Richard working directly with CISA, and knowing what we know about CISA assuming full ownership and responsibility for network penetration around our elections, you can continue with theatrics. I'm here to give you spoiler alerts. All right? Please feel free to parse anything I've said. Okay? Feel
Because
free.
it makes
Tear it
no
apart.
sense. So, Jonathan, more than that, not just feel free. Obviously, we need to look at it. So, why isn't it? If you got this irrefutable evidence, it's basically slam dunk. Why isn't this being used by, for example, KARI Lake?
So May 17th is how many days ago? 5? Who says it's not being used, Suleiman? Like, we ran this report 5 days ago during the hearing. How do you know it's not being used? Like, what
What
makes
do you
you
mean?
say
How?
that?
Wait, are
Is it?
you
Are we?
I'm
saying,
asking
can I ask
you.
a
What are
question?
you on
Are you
about? Why you play this game? First, I was trying to. Okay, now listen.
No,
You're the
I'm
one who's
saying
in the
we
reach.
just got this
Jonathan,
information,
stop, stop,
Suleiman.
stop. 1 second. Jonathan, I'm asking you why it wasn't used. Now, you are, rather than say to me, guess what, Suleiman, it is being used, or I have passed it on to a team, or this may have happened. You're like, why you saying it's not being used? I didn't
My
say it's not being used.
apologies.
You just.
My apologies. My apologies. It's hypersensitivity to, like, you understand, buddy. We
No,
just
no,
got
don't.
this
To answer your
information.
question.
It's
So you got,
being
that's fair enough.
it is
So you
being
got this
used
information a week ago.
100%. It is
So it's
being
been
used
sent to by
100%.
KARI Lake, by KARI Lake's team.
They already have it.
But no, they have it, but are they going to use it?
Huh.
Jonathan, I accept that they
That's a
have it.
good question.
There's
That's a
been
good question.
the reason the reason I asked that question is there's been a number of people on the stage already, and generally it happens. Look, let's be clear. I know this. Whenever there's a celebrity, there be millions, not millions, but hundreds, maybe even thousands of fan. I'm not saying you're a fanboy here, but there be thousands of
I'm a big
fanboys.
fan of yours. I'll be honest.
I appreciate that, bro. So I hope you could find this kind of information for me when the establishment comes after me. So I appreciate you. But let's say, but let's say now, I'm telling you now, like what happens is you get so many people who send you information to say, you know what, I can win your case for you. I've got the irrefutable proof. And generally speaking, like the people who are part of the case or run the case, they don't end up seeing it or they don't end up using it or wherever it may be. So I'm just asking like a genuine question. Like I understand that you've given it, but and first of all, like how did you give it? And the second point is like, do you like is she gonna use it or not? Because based on her speech today, she didn't mention anything even close to what you were saying. Her main action was to go try and find these ballots because the judgment said that it was a mammoth task and it was just so hard to do. So she was forced in to make a different legal argument. And it looks like she's thinking, you know what, let me go for that and try and find all the ballots. So what I'm trying to say is, based on what I'm saying, like, if you can answer those two questions, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, for sure. So, to question one, whether her legal team uses it or not, I can't say. That's for her legal team to decide, but it will be used regardless in the criminal investigation that's already open in Virginia. It is going to be used, whether it's used by KARI's team or not. I can't speak to that. To the second point, I think it's wise, even if we disagree with the methodology in which we should vote. If we think ballot harvesting isn't going to work because we've got this, huge data racket capture working against us, or machines working against us, or whatever mechanism it is, I think it's wise to assume, look, we're going to have to deal with at least one of these two issues. Why not focus on hammering both of them? And let's work on controlling or getting at least a level playing field with our voter data, while also playing the game that they're going to play. Because we need to be prepared for mass mail-in voting and ballot harvesting to not go away. So taking a strategy of, we might as well focus on learning how to do it at a high level in case the court doesn't rule in our favor for that regard, I think that's wise, Suleiman. I think everybody would agree.
No, I totally disagree, and I was going to disagree like almost 2 or 3 times. That the idea that we're going to out register voters and out register and outvote the machines and outvote signature verification and outvote chain of custody and outvote some person in a back room doing whatever they want to do with the county's elections. No, we are not going to out register that. We are not going to outvote that. We are not going to out fraud that. We're not going to out ballot harvest that. We can't even ballot harvest legally in Arizona anyway. And so, that's just totally false. And then to the other point about Kari Lake starting up a ballot chasing initiative. The person who's leading that, she is totally anti MAGA. She calls MAGA extremist. The same person that she's in a relationship with also calls MAGA extremist. So I mean, that ain't gonna do us any good either to have somebody like that that's leading it. The best shot that we have, and I'm not just saying this just to say it, but I'm just going to say it. The best shot that we have in ensuring that we have fair elections is to deal with our legislatures. And that was to the point that All Source News brought up, which is, okay, and Nate brought this up too. Okay, you said it's the Republican state legislatures not doing their job. Well, there are 90%, or probably even more than 90%, are rhinos. And so what we've got to do now at this point is just get these people out, move them out. And if that means that some seats turn blue, it's okay, because I think that the less money and the less resources we give to a rhino, the better off we'll be in the end. We can give resources to people that will fight for America First, that will fight for election integrity, that won't allow stolen elections. And so that's what I'm doing right now. And even the person who's going to be leading the ballot chasing initiative, she's fighting against us to get election integrity. So,
Christian, I agree with
if,
you, buddy. I agree
wait,
wholeheartedly.
1 second. And so if anybody in this room, because there's like 9,000 people almost in this room, if you support election integrity, then go to my profile, go to the pin tweet of my profile, and talk about how much you don't like stolen elections, or how much you think it is important to have fair elections or to prevent election fraud, and show your support. Because I can tell you, because I'm on the state party executive committee, I can tell you that every single Republican is looking at my tweets. Even Democrats are talking about my tweets down at the state Republican, down at the AZ state legislature. The media is watching my tweets. And then the folks at the top of the Arizona Republican Party are looking at my tweets, and so they're gauging what is the interest of election integrity, really just based on that. And because we don't have enough people that are talking about these things in detail, okay, what do we need to do? It's the legislature. Okay, what do we need to do about the legislature? Okay, well, we need to hold them accountable. If they're not fighting for election integrity, we got to censure them. We got to get them out. We got to starve them of money, starve them of resources, and kick them out. That's what we've got to do. That's what's not being done. And so so if you support those things, then go to my profile, go to my pinned tweet, and show your support on that tweet, even if you're not in Arizona, because our state is going to be one of the states that decides the presidential election. And going forward, we don't need rhinos inside in the legislature squatting, not doing their job. That doesn't do us any good. We don't need to keep giving money to politicians that are not doing their job.
So
Christian,
not understood. So Jonathan, so again, like, and I know we're going to move on, but the issue that I have, without going through the whole data, because in this space, in the probably hour to 2 hours that I've been, and I know CanCon, I can pass it to you after this, I've heard cartels pay Democratic Party significant portions of Arizona state leadership, the Sinaloa cartel specifically, which, okay, like, not going to go into that. And then the second one is Chile through the UN, because you said, quote, they're close to the UN, which, again, what do you mean by that? And then it's like, well, Cindy McCain, who is the director of the World Food Program, who was previously the U.S. ambassador to the UN on that specific aspect of it, and then was nominated by Joe Biden to be through the UN to be, the World Food Program executive director. But the only connection that Chile has in any way, shape, or form to the UN is the former prime minister of Chile. By the way, the Secretary General of the UN right now was the former prime minister of Portugal. Like, why don't we just throw Portugal at? It's like
I
everybody
think you're
is
kind of
throwing.
missing. I think we're kind of missing the point there. And I appreciate Jonathan and his research and all that. But the reality is, so the overarching all sounds of that is this was also found in 2020 is, we had our election companies come out and say things aren't connected to the internet. And a lot of people that are technical professionals did some digging and found some holes and exposure and interesting traffic related to voter registration rolls and machines. So that's kind of the whole point there. I don't want to take up too much time, but I also don't want to miss the point of, the research being done on that front. We can name, Venezuela and programmers in Chile and where these things reside. But at the end of the day, the point is it's very hard to understand how they work, and telling us that they're not vulnerable when they haven't even done penetration testing after this new 2.0 upgrade from, the Elections Commission is a little disingenuous. We're very confused on how they work, what they're connected to, and who can talk to them. That's kind of the overall point. And I saw Clay unmuted. I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk over
Yeah,
you.
I wanted to
I want
get
to
Clay a
support.
mic. I want to get so make sure he was asking for a mic, Suleiman. That's all I want to say. Go ahead, Nate.
I want to actually support Carl Charles's point. I think sometimes you get so much junk with this election stuff that you kind of miss the real stuff. Because right before the 2020 election, PBS did a whole series, like a 4 or 5 part series, about how bad Dominion voting systems were, and specifically Georgia. Now you can go to that series is actually still on their YouTube page right now, and they showed how they were able to flip votes, how the system was not secure, how there were lawsuits to show that the Dominion machines in Georgia had some real vulnerabilities, and people were afraid that these vulnerabilities would manifest themselves in the 2020 presidential election. That is PBS. That's a very left leaning, and they also talked about the Dominion machines in other states and why some states were moving away from Dominion machines. So I think there's some real issues when it comes to the voting machines and the voting process. But I think when we start talking about all this other stuff, it takes us away from, I think, some of the more legitimate concerns that are actually there. And again, I'm not saying my proof is not dead, drag out, but PBS did a 4 or 5 part series on how bad Dominion voting machines, and they sound the alarm. And at the end of that series, they said something like, if by voting on a Dominion voting machine is like flying an airplane without a pilot, eventually it's going to crash. And that's left-leaning PBS. So I think if we're going to talk about the election, and again, I don't believe the election was stolen, but I do think there are real major issues with the voting process that we should investigate and we should change to make sure that people are more confident in elections going forward.
I
Right,
agree
guys,
with you, Nate.
we are about to wrap up, so I do appreciate everybody coming. I'm sure we're going to have many more conversations about this, many more conversations about the election, many more conversations about when this Kari Lake most likely appeals, because as far as I know, Tira, I don't know if you know, but she was meant to appeal by, if she was going to appeal,
By
by,
Wednesday or Thursday, wasn't that it?
it was meant to be Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, so we're past that, aren't we? So one assumes she's appealed, but do we have any information on that?
Wait, isn't today Tuesday? Am I totally confused?
It is Tuesday.
Yeah,
Oh,
so we
sorry,
still
it's
have
by
time,
tomorrow.
Suleiman. Whew.
Oh, see, it's Wednesday
He's
for
in
me.
the
Sorry,
UK.
guys.
Forgive him.
Yeah. Apologies, but I thought it was
Oh,
Wednesday.
sorry. Okay, so she has till today here in America. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, the times are getting
Tomorrow,
mixed up together.
whatever.
Yeah. So, and tomorrow we're going to be doing a space. It's most likely going to be on Ron DeSantis because he is going to be announcing his presidency. For
No, not his presidency. His run for the presidency. You
his
can't
run
just
for his run.
announce
Thanks,
presidency.
Tira.
That's what I meant. Sorry, he's announcing his. Thanks, Tira. I'm glad you're here. So he is announcing his run for presidency for the Republican nomination in an attempt to try and win it. So, and he'll be doing that on Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk and a few others. So we will be having a space. So check our space out. And we'll see what everybody's view is on what was said on that, how well that space goes, and what our thoughts are on it. But yeah, I do appreciate you joining. We had a huge amount of viewers. We had a really good conversation. I think the KARI Lake. I mean, there was really good arguments on both sides, but let's see how it goes. Let's see where KARI Lake takes this, because it's clear she's going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And I guess the argument from the other side is that her application in terms of the specific points of the law may not be accepted. So that's going to be a good point to check if her application for point of law is accepted, and if it is and it does go to the Supreme Court, then she may have a strong chance, because we have got quite a few Republican justices on the Supreme Court, although maybe not all of them are pro-Trump. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the.
See you next time. I mean, also, what did you think about the space while it's ending?
Yeah, we're all just waiting for Mara to